Day 49. I wake up at 3:33 a.m. and realize I haven't taken ibuprofen in 5 hours. I take it now. Pain is noticeable, but not horrible. I have wanted to watch Spider-Man over and over since I saw it last month. And this is Spider-Man No Way Home, for context. So I've been on the lookout for a nearly empty theater during the weekday to cash in on. I have to get it at the last minute because I don't know what my sleep schedule is, and I don't want to wake up specifically to see it. If I get to see it, I get to see it. During my sleepy times, everything lined up perfectly because I checked on my computer and the seat I was thinking of was still available. I'd be far enough from other people that I would feel comfortable, and, of those other people, there weren't many at all. Okay, here's my chance. I get a ticket, plan when I need to leave, and go back to sleep. The only issue is that it'll be a lot of walking. It's about an hour both ways, even with shortcuts. But if I focus on taking my time, we should be okay. I just need to remember not to run when I cross the street. I slept around 12 hours total. I'm so excited to see Spider-Man. A very normal sentence for a 29-year-old to exclaim in his head over and over. How am I single? I don't understand why I don't have a primary partner. I need a shower before I leave. I wake up to find the very last piece of the stitching at my arm has fallen off. That just leaves literally one piece of scab on it, the circular one that is pretty dang secure. I wonder what it's healing down there, but underneath it. But it could take its time. My arm looks great. The oil really made a difference. I can't wait to shower and get some more on it. Fistula was really sore when I woke up. I take my ABD pad off to see that it bled a bunch. After the shower, I dab the fistula to make sure I washed all the soap off, and I find blood. I dab for a bit to get it all off. For my third time using Tamanu oil, I learned that less is more. I apply 4 drops at a time and rub it in. Much easier to control. It's really fun, massage it in for 15 minutes. It feels amazing because there's no scabs on it, save for one, and I can just really enjoy the self-care of it all. My scars are so unique and cool. I like looking at them. I never thought I'd feel this way about them. I thought I would want them gone as soon as possible, but I love what they represent. I earned them, I'm really happy and proud of my body that it's able to take care of me like it has. I guess battle scars are different. I tape a big ABD pad in place and take off. The tiny scab from the snippy snip fell off, perfectly healed underneath. Can't even tell anything happened. One of my ulcers is basically gone. The other is still there, though, so it hurts to eat. Almost there. I would love for these ulcers to be gone so I could just eat and not be in terrible pain. Sometimes it gets worse before it gets better, I guess. Hopefully that's why my fistula has been bleeding today. I take an additional ibuprofen before I leave, so I'm ready. I'm going to be early for the movie, so I visit a sex shop near us. They're all over Texas. They're called Condom Sense. It's a very good name. But yeah, it's a common chain of sex store down here. I look at cock rings, dick rigidity helpers. I look at stuff that might interest me now. I look at one made of plastic mesh, but I don't think it'd work. I think I'm just gonna wait until stage 2. It doesn't seem too far away now. I still get to the theater early, even after stopping at the sex store. I go in a bathroom stall to pee, but a guy enters the stall next to me to take a shit. I'm a nervous peer, and I'm low on pee, so I can't do it. The movie's so good. Okay, after the movie, I peed in the stall. I head back home and stop to get a haircut. My fistula didn't hurt until an hour after I got home. My ABD pad has a bunch of blood in it. I'm so damn tired, but I need to do my shot today, so I take my allergy pill and apply my cream a few hours early. I do my tea shot and take a shower. I should clean myself after walking so much. I wash the fistula as well as my side stitch, which was bleeding a little before I got in. My fistula hurts so much in the shower, I'm real sore. Oh, I'm so tired. Fistula's still sore. I take a Tylenol. Day 50. I'm actually in quite a bit of pain. My incision hurts a little. My fistula hurts a lot. The pain is close to what a UTI feels like, although I'm certain I don't have one, and it's just the fistula giving me pain that I associate with a UTI because of its placement on my body. I take another ibuprofen and go to bed. I need sleep. I need to fast forward through this shit. Sleep lets you time travel. I did PT twice. I wake up and realize, yeah, of course you were in pain. Your taint is healing and you can't feel most of it. So it took some time to sneak up on you because you walked 2 hours yesterday. I get up to pee in the morning and it hurts my penis when I pee. The fistula is killing me too. I'm about 3 hours late taking my ibuprofen. That makes sense. Once I'm done peeing, I dab the fistula. It hurts, but it doesn't seem to be leaking all that much. I wonder if it's just because it's the first pee of the day. Hopefully all the pain means that it's healing and normally the ibuprofen is in my system so I can't feel it. I'm totally fine with pain if it's for a purpose. I just want to know that it's working, and honestly, I think it is. There's a little bit of blood on the fistula as well as the ABD pad. I have my doctor appointment this morning, new GP, so I have a little sandwich before I leave, and it doesn't hurt to eat. I take another bite, and then another. Still no pain. It feels too good to be true. Hurts a little when I'm like 3/4 the way through, but so much more tolerable. Thank fuck. It does sometimes get worse before it gets better. I realized MeUndies underwear left an imprint across the top of my dick, which is fine because I haven't liked them since they did the Harry Potter deal at the peak of the JK Rowling bullshit and then made a piss poor statement about it. Yeah, bye MeUndies. Throwing y'all out. Don't need you. I got other underwear. I wait 25 minutes in a room at the doctor's. The PA comes in, apologizes that the doctor's going to be late. I do Duolingo. She ends up being an hour late. Totally fine. And she says that she can give short-term lorazepam, but for long-term, I need a psych eval. So she recommended me to someone. I asked about PrEP because, it's been on my mind. I won't be having sex regularly for a while, but thought I should ask about it. I say I've heard about nightmares as side effects and ask about any others. She says she's heard everything as a side effect, so it really depends person to person. Costs $100 for the appointment. My GP was a free clinic in New York the last 3 years, if you remember, so ouch. My wallet. Doesn't seem like a lot in perspective, but I don't have a ton of money right now, so I'm pissed off about it, which is fine because I don't get pissed off about a lot, so I'm sure your emotions have to escape somewhere at some point. I'm grateful for a little pissing off. After I leave, I realize maybe I should have gotten blood work done if she needs it before she can get me a refill of testosterone and mitodrine. I call them back when I'm home, and he says he'll ask her. I don't want to pay another $100. I'm anxious about that now. I try to focus on the positive when I see I have a new show to watch that I'm really enjoying so far, Archive 81. Yeah, everything's going to be fine. You're going to take a lorazepam. You're going to get some food in you. You get to enjoy the delicious donuts you picked up on the way home. Dirt cheap, at least there's that. Donuts are one of my big loves, one that I indulged in pretty often when I was in Philly and haven't done so since moving to Texas, since I've had so much going on since then. I want a regular donut place. I had a real good one at the place that was a couple blocks from me in Philly, but donuts, they're like $5 each there because they're like good vegan shit or some shit. I think they were vegan. I don't know. I'm not vegan, so I didn't really care. All I cared about is that they were good. And here, so the donuts, the special whatever the fucks, they were $5 each in Philly. Here I got 2 donuts that are delicious for around $2.50. Like, both of them together were half the price of one donut. It's a trade-off. I have to pay more for a doctor, but the donuts are cheap as fuck. So, yeah. Everything's great. I find the psych person she recommended to me and try to fill out a form on his website to make an appointment, but I can't figure out the last part about insurance. They might not take mine, so it might be $250. Ugh. It's fine, the donuts were cheap. Oof, pain, Tylenol. Everything will be okay. One day money won't be a problem because you're going to make your show and it's going to be a huge hit, and then you can just focus on making art and helping people. We just got to grind and deal until then. Doing PT, my left wrist cracks without me trying, just by stretching it. I wake up a little later and find out the psych appointment will only be a $50 copay because they accept my insurance. Thank fuck. Future Jesse popping in here to say that it does end up costing me $250 because I have not made my copay. Or copay? Is that what it's called? Deductible. I haven't met my deductible at this point because it's a new year. I'll transfer it over. We're learning adult things. We're learning how insurance works. Okay, back to the story. My fistula hurts, but I'm an hour away from ibuprofen. I jerk off. Same thing. 90% accuracy. It's been like learning fighting game controls. I gotta figure out the finisher, what to do at the very end. Gently stimulating my balls with little patting, like patting, has proven arousing. We'll figure it out. I had a full-blown orgasm my first time, so we know it's possible. I pee afterwards. The fistula drips a teensy bit behind my balls. Really seems so much better dabbing it up. A little tiny bit of red. A lot of cum leaks from my penis, like for a full minute. Shower went great. I looked down at my feet in the shower and remembered how swollen they used to be. My hand will be fine eventually. Patience and putting in the work. That's all we can do. Nothing on the puppy pad when I sit on it for a while, which tracks with how little has been on the ABD pads. I'm totally exhausted by 10:30 p.m. I rub Tamanu oil on my arm for 15 minutes listening to a podcast. I make myself some food. I'm so glad eating has been so much more doable today. It still hurts, but I don't super notice until I'm almost done eating. I pee before going to bed, and there's a little bit of blood on the puppy pad now. My dick hurts a little when I pee. Might be because I've just taken ibuprofen 50 minutes ago, and it's taking its damn time kicking in. Sometimes you're an exhausted, sleepy little boy who's walked a lot the last 2 days and doesn't like to take breaks, and goddamn it, Jesse, this is exactly what happened with your previous 2 surgeries, and why can't you just relax and let yourself heal? You silly, silly man. Let yourself heal. You need to relax. You can relax. You don't have to be working constantly. I did PT twice. Day 51. I wake up and pee. Little blood on the fistula. Tiny amount of pee when I pain. Tiny amounts of pain when I pee, but only 5 to 10 seconds after I've started. I'm an hour and a half late on ibuprofen. Even without it in me, my hand wakes up less and less stiff every morning. The last scab has come off, the circular one. I've got plenty of time until my psych eval, so I decided to go pick up my lorazepam at the pharmacy. It's an hour walk both ways. Stopped at McDonald's to grab breakfast on the way, and the dining room is closed because of short staff. Damn, shit is bad, huh? That COVID stuff is happening. On the walk, my penis is sore. I realize that's great because that means I can feel it. It's weird, but when I pee, I see some tiny drips come out from the fistula around my balls, but when I dab my taint, the toilet paper doesn't really get wet. Hopefully it's a sign that it's almost completely closed. I jerk off. Same situation. Once I'm more healed, I'll try to apply more pressure at the base, but right now I'm nervous about squeezing too hard. I peed again, and it's the same situation with the fistula. There's a tiny amount of blood on the tissue that I dab with, but it's barely any, and there doesn't seem to be any urine. Please, God, let this be the end. If I can just pee through my penis, that's it. That would be amazing. Like, if I could pee through my penis, and then that's it. No other holes, please. The psych eval went well. As a trans person, a good rule to keep is to never assume that you're safe with a doctor, even though their job is to take care of you. And I wish I didn't have to say that. I wish doctors could just, like, protect queer people, and want the best for them. But, yeah. Luckily, he was nice and didn't start shit when he asked what my surgery history is, and I mentioned a hysterectomy. He said he has me as male. Is that correct? And I said yes. He also obviously had never heard of phalloplasty because he asked me to spell it. He asked for sexuality, and I said pansexual. He asked if it was basically the same as bi, and I didn't want to like get into it, so I said yeah. It was uncomfortable, so I was on edge after that. But he wasn't evil, so I'll take it. I still had to pay $260. Yeah, there we go, $260 because I haven't met my deductible. I usually would have to meet with him once a month, but I'm gonna spread out the pills so I don't have to. Like, yeah. It sucks. It sucks that if I had a doctor that I liked and thought would want to help and protect me, that'd be great. I'd love that. That'd be cool. I realize I'm sad, but that doesn't make sense. So I'd been trying to push it down, but the feeling won't go away. And then it hit me. Oh, it's because I'm not working out. Holy shit. Like, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be good, bud. You don't need these pills in a bit. You won't need the lorazepam, like, once you get back into it. I take a lorazepam knowing this won't be forever and put a marker on my calendar for 12 weeks. And this isn't me being like, exercise is better than medication. This is just me being like, I know how to treat my shit and what works for my mental health personally. And yeah, when I'm not working out, I get sad. I roll my wrist around with my other hand, stretching it out. Way more flexible than it used to be. Holy shit. By the time I can work out again, I should be good as new. I make my protein smoothie, and oh my god, I can't believe it's been so long since I've worked out that I forgot how integral it is to my mental health. Of course I'm sad. Of course there's a debilitating sadness that's been creeping more and more towards me. My main source of endorphins was taken away. Silly, Jesse. Silly, sweet boy. I shower. The fistula feels pretty damn great. I look at a picture afterwards, and it looks good as far as I can see. I fight the pill that's causing me to get sleepy until it finally takes me at 9:30 p.m. I air fry some pizza bites, wash the oil off my arm, and crawl into bed. I do PT twice. I still can't believe I forgot why I was getting post-surgery blues. Thank God I only have another month. A week after Valentine's Day, I'll be able to. I was having bad mental health all today because I had a terrible nightmare and was hyperfixating on all the people in my industry who used to be my friends but don't like me anymore because I stood up to racism or transphobia. It feels good that I can sleep. In the past, I just wouldn't sleep. You just, having an anxiety disorder, you just think about the thoughts over and over, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. And sometimes you just gotta knock yourself out, and that sucks. But I'm really grateful that I'm not pretending to be friends with people that suck anymore. If that makes sense. It's like, yeah, it sucks that I'm anxious about all the people that don't like me because I don't like them being racist or homophobic or transphobic or whatever. But I'm so grateful that I don't have to pretend to be friends with them anymore, like... There are some friends that you just have to deal with when you work in industry stuff. And also when you don't work in industry stuff. If you're just there's a social contract, there's a social obligation of I have to be friends with this person. Because they're not totally evil, Yeah, they'll say a racist thing every once in a while, but I don't, it's not am I making it a big deal? If I'm doing something to it, but I'm very grateful for my friends who have kept me in line. Where I'm a white person, of course, it's not gonna it should be as important to me if someone says something racist against Asian people or black people or something. And we've talked about it a lot, so I don't want to rehash it or whatever. But it's important to understand. Oh, yeah, sure, I can agree to disagree with this person, but other people don't have the ability to the what's the word? There's a word that I'm thinking of and I can't. The luxury. That's the word. They don't have the luxury to do that. If I have a white friend who's saying racist shit against people that aren't white in the past, I'd be like, well, they're nice to me. But I would feel really shitty if one of my friends was friends with someone who says transphobic shit all the time. And they still wanted to be their friend and they thought they could also be my friend. I would feel shitty if that were the situation. And sometimes, that's a very obvious thing. So why wasn't I understanding of it? I don't know, life is weird. I guess I'll just end this log here. Let's go to the next day. Day 52. I wake up to pee. 4 hours pass, take an ibuprofen. Not bad. I take it and go back to bed. I have one nagging pain that lasts 5 to 8 seconds. I have one of the worst nightmares about my abuser I think I ever have. I always get nightmares when I get too hot. I need to remember to, keep the AC at a certain level. Thinking about dreams and nightmares, I'm always in my correct body, which is really interesting. I can't remember the last time my brain didn't match up with my body in a dream or a nightmare. It always corrects itself. And then I ended up feeling so grateful and happy for that, I didn't feel bad about the nightmare anymore. In fact, I felt grateful because I didn't have to experience it. I was awake and free. I look at the picture of my fistula from yesterday. It does look really good. Everything's forming together. Some bumps have flattened out. I don't know what it's supposed to look like, though, so I don't have anything to compare it to. But it seems like the more it heals, the more it just looks like a flat surface, a cis male taint. My doctor wanted me to get the files transferred from my previous doctor to them so they could be my new GP, which included a list of my medications, but I realized lorazepam wouldn't be on there, so I asked the Crane Center to send something saying I've been on it. I read it, and they call my phalloplasty a medically necessary surgery. They didn't call it elective. Hopefully that means it won't get postponed. The next stage of it. Oh my god, I never have to experience a pap smear again. I just remembered that. Oh, I just remembered it again. I had hoped that it was true, and my hope had come true. Last one was before stage 0. Never have to do it again. I don't have that body part anymore. I remember seeing a video yesterday by chance of a trans dude who got fallow, who he said the only thing that annoys him is that pee keeps coming out of his penis, but he says if he pushes up on his balls and really milks the dick, he's able to get the last drops out. I saw this video before surgery, the first time, but it really benefited me to watch it afterwards so that I could actually know what he's talking about, having experienced it. It is indeed a struggle. There's blood on the fistula when I dab it. My legs are becoming more flexible since I've been walking more. I've done 3 pretty sizable walks the last few days. The pubes on my balls under my dick had been getting wet after I peed the last couple days, and I didn't think it was worth mentioning, but I filled up on a lot of water and went to pee, and a small stream of pee shot right out of my balls. I tried looking more carefully as it was happening. I wanted to make sure I wasn't imagining it. I pee again, and yes, there's definitely pee coming out of my ballsack, this time due to tiny holes right in the front. There are 4 streams coming out of me total, 1 from the fistula, 2 from my balls, and 1 from my penis. I feel like a fountain display. My theory is that because the fistula is healing, the pee is trying to escape from the next weakest suture line it can find. It's right on a ballsack suture. Damn, guess pee is stored in the balls, who knew? Khaleesi jumps up on the counter where I'm cooking, and I pick her up without thinking. I realize I can hold her, balancing her body with my left arm. It's so nice. I kiss her little face, and she snuggles me for a bit. When I put her down, she kicks off my left wrist with her feet, and I can't feel it. My eyes are really getting in the way of my productivity. I think I was so stoked for surgery, everything else was secondary. I feel better now about pursuing the eye procedure. I definitely need it. I'm tired from the pill, but I'm fighting it. I shave my balls, where the pee is coming from. The hair keeps getting wet. I shower. It helps reset my mood. The pill has finally caught up to me, so I turned everything off and go to take a nap. Before I head to bed, I peed, and the only stream I see is from my penis, none from my balls or fistula. But from the fistula, it does leak eventually. It's just not a stream. This might be because it was kind of a weak pee. Speaking of pee, I did pee tea once. It felt like enough. My hand and arm feel great, but I know I should do PT more. I know, do PT more. It's for the best. I should. Let's do it. Day 53. I get up to pee. Same situation. The pee comes through the balls and a little leak from the fistula. Not dripping from the fistula, though. I realize how much of an improvement this is from weeks ago. Slow and steady. Go back to bed. then get back up to pee later. There's nothing on the ABD pad. When I pee, none of it goes through my balls at all. Just same situation where I have to dab the fistula afterwards, but that's very cool. None of it through the balls this time. I finally reached the point where I wake up and my hand doesn't really hurt. I don't notice it at all until I'm up and about and typing on the computer and thinking, shouldn't my hand hurt? Oh well, and get back to work. The slight tightness of the skin graft doesn't really bother me at all. I don't really notice it until I'm trying to notice it. Really didn't feel like going out for groceries today. It's so fucking cold. But the first pair of socks that I grabbed when I went in my drawer were the banana ones that I wore to surgery. So that's a sign. Okay, let's do this. I nut up and go to the store and I get soup and milk. The soup section is finally restocked. It's been more bare the last couple times I went, mostly, due to everyone having short staff, because I guess people have forgotten that we're in a deadly pandemic and holy shit, there are people in the store without masks. What is wrong with you? Do you want this to last another 1,000 years? Because this is how you make a pandemic last another 1,000 years. As my arm scars have been healing, they've been getting more purple in color, which is interesting. It's like a dark purple. I guess it's the process of them getting darker and trying to adapt more to my natural skin tone. Still nothing on the ABD pads, but the smell is still there when I'm just chilling, working on the computer, but I don't mind it at all. Like, all these things, I just don't mind. I'm just used to them at this point, and I'm perfectly fine. I trim my beard, I shave my neck. Have I mentioned I've been peeing in the shower? I used to do it pre-surgery because, come on, it saves a trip using the bathroom. And let's be honest, okay, every time that I say this, I'm like, come on, we all pee in the shower. And a bunch of people are like, what? I don't do that. But there are some people that know the way. Listen, don't knock it till you try it. It's quite nice. Saves a trip using the toilet. It saves water, blah, blah, blah. But especially now, it's great to wait until I have to pee and then do my shower, because hydrating is good for healing, but it's also good for the arm. I've heard, that from the book that I read. So I just load up on water like a madman. And then when I have to pee, I hit the shower, have a pee in there, get nice and clean. Then half an hour after the shower, I need to pee again. It's listen, we don't got time. We gotta do what we gotta do. Death is a slow march to the finish line, and I don't have time to hit the toilet twice. I start massaging my arm with Tamanu oil, and then when I start the timer, I realize I've got the whole graft covered in oil. So I don't need to be near the bottle anymore. I could go and sit and watch Netflix while I massage it into my arm. So I do that, and it's infinitely more tolerable. I end up going past 15 minutes massaging it. It's like watching a show walking on the treadmill, Sometimes discipline is good. Focusing on the act. Sometimes working out, I need to just focus and listen to music and just focus on the muscle movements that are going on. But sometimes it's nice to just distract your brain like a baby, and a mobile. Isn't a mobile the thing that hangs above a baby? I've never pronounced it out loud. It can't be mobile, right? Mobile. I feel like that's anyway. Not working out is really fucking with my mental health. I'm not emotional or overly sad or anything. I can just feel it below the surface. This bummed out feeling, trauma bubbling up, waiting to punch me in the nuts. And I just got these things. I don't feel like going through it. Because if I can be honest, this is how my high anxiety is what I was diagnosed with at age 20 or 21 when I saw a therapist for, I think that was the first time. Yeah, it would have been the first time. I started getting depression at age 13 or 14 and didn't really do anything about it until 20 or 21 years old. I saw a therapist. We thought I had depression. Turns out it was dysphoria, but we wouldn't figure that out for a while. So y'all know the story. In case you're new, I had really, really, really bad depression. I made 2 attempts on my life. I was going to make a third one, and then D&D saved my life. It was a long story that you could probably get from a different video. But once I physically transitioned, my depression got reduced by 95%. It was just all dysphoria. So I don't really get depression nowadays. It does sometimes pop up, but I have to be in a weakened state plus other factors. And I'm not really depressed right now. It's really maybe once a year I experience actual depression. Right now, I'm on top of the world. I'm happy as fuck because, my body feels fucking great. And I'm just so fucking happy from that. But I think I was thinking like, oh, this weird creeping up feeling of anxiety must be a fluke because I'm so happy. I'll just ignore it. But it's creeping up on me. We realized, I think it was in yesterday or the day before's, recording, whatever, of this. Khaleesi, please don't jump up on me. I'm air drying my penis and I don't need you on me right now, please. Okay, good. She's going away. Oh, thank God. No, Khaleesi, please. I don't want you here. She's on the arm of the chair and I don't like it. Hi, Khaleesi. You're very cute. I'm going to have to push you off now. Okay. I love you so much. Oh, is it dinner time? I haven't fed you. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to pause the recording and I'm going to feed you so you don't bother me. Okay. The cat is eating her kibble. Okay. So what the fuck was I saying? Right. The feeling of like anxiety that was creeping up, I just ignored it because I was like, that's got to be a fluke, but I forgot, oh, your mental health is bad when you're not able to work out. So that's what it is. So these things are affecting me because I have not been able to get my main source of endorphins. So the thing that I'm about to talk about, normally I could be fine. Like I would just work out and everything would be okay, but I'm not getting the regular endorphins in me. So how my anxiety disorder works is that like I'll think about a thing and then I just won't stop thinking about the thing and it just over and over. I'm just like obsessive thinking basically, where you're just like, oh, here's this anxious thing that like maybe it's affecting me actively, maybe it isn't, but I'm just going to focus on it anyway. And the topic of today's repeat fucking record over and over trauma shit is that I am remembering sexual predators that are getting work in the voiceover industry where I exist. And I'm also seeing trans men who transitioned young and are now huge pieces of shit. And here's the thing. Okay. We have a lot of unchecked boys. I'm going to go on a rant here. We have a lot of unchecked boys that are trans. Some trans guys figure out they're male at 11, 12, 13 years old, and that's great. And they should absolutely be given the resources to physically, be more comfortable in their bodies. But what's happening is that this is my theory that I've studied, I've watched videos and I've studied and I've realized what the issue is. Because these guys, they grow up to be fucking monsters sometimes. And I'm like, how can you possibly transition and be such a huge piece of shit? Like it baffled me at first. And then I realized that what's happening is that there's no good role models in their life. No one is teaching them how to be a man. So they learn from toxic sources. They learn to hate themselves because society hates trans people. They learn to bully women, to be misogynistic and homophobic. They hate being trans so much and they wish they were born cis. And they'll never get that. So they hurt others to fit in. It's depressing as fuck. And it's still shocking to me. But at least now I understand where it's coming from. Because this isn't like, I don't want you to misunderstand my words. This is not me being like, yeah, you have to grow up with like a mom and a dad. Otherwise you don't have a role model. That's not what it is. No one is properly educating these boys. No one, they have unchecked access to the internet. And like I had that growing up and I was going to be a huge piece of shit if I didn't have friends that took me aside and were like, hey, your opinion on women kind of sucks and I'd like to talk to you about it. And luckily I had the empathy to actually get, oh, I am hurting people and people won't want to be my friend if I am treating them badly. But like I saw a video the other day that really fucked me up and I'm still thinking about it, where I don't want to go into detail about what it was about, but it's basically just a trans dude who hated being trans so much. And it's totally fine to like share your grievances and share how you're feeling inside. But he was doing it in a way that was dunking on trans men who did not pass, basically. And he was dunking on also trans people in general. Like he was just being a huge piece of shit. And it was really shocking And it fucked me up because I think I'm used to, you know, trans people that I'm friends with who are positive role models. And I'm not friends with, see, if I say this, I'm going to remember something after this, but off the top of my head, I can't think of any trans men that I am close with. And I, you know, that might be for that reason, that like a lot of us turn out to be really shitty because I didn't have any role models. I didn't have any trans dudes growing up to teach me how to fucking act. So I gravitated towards fuckboys. I became a fuckboy. And I think I would have stayed that way. When people say how much they appreciate me as a role model, I didn't understand just how bad some of the others are, and it sucks. And I'm really upset about it. And I've just been thinking about it the last couple days, and it was really hard on my mental health. And there's nothing I can do about it, and that sucks. There's nothing I can do about it except focus on my show, the original show that I'm creating, because like I can't make bad people not exist. I can't stop predators from existing in my industry. I can't make some trans men not grow up to be dangerous lunatics, but I can actively work on my show that is going to help the ones growing up now. I can be a good role model. These are things that I can actively do. I can show that you can be happy and live a good life without bullying others. I can show the struggles that we go through. This show is so important. There have been like, I've gone on this rant on, while I've been Twitch streaming or something. But there are so many shows that I have written and then not released, or I didn't pursue, because if I make it in my head, I'm like, okay, that's good. It's a fully fleshed out beginning, middle, and end. I don't need to produce this. This has helped me become a better creator. It's like I've made the show physically. And I'm like, okay, now I need to focus on the next thing. This show is the only one I've ever worked on where I have been like, I need to make this because this is going to help people and this is going to change lives. It takes a lot of the stuff that I've gone through from transitioning, and it's I'm very proud of it, and I need to make this not just for me. And I guess maybe that's why it's so important to me, is because it's not just about me making a thing that would entertain me, which is usually how my shit goes. Is I'm like, I want to make this thing, or I want to write this poem because it would entertain me. But I'm realizing now, like, oh, this is serious. This is like going to help people, so I need to do it. So this show is so important, and I can do this. I can work on this. This is a thing I can actively do to make the world a better place. I can affect something directly. I have power, and I need to use it. And again, this is only really affecting me so much because I haven't been able to work out. But I'm grateful for some uncomfortability. I'm grateful that, like, usually I have a shield up that things don't really affect me, like, you know, the combination of my hormones being balanced the way that they are, and me being able to work out. Usually I'm pretty solid Teflon. Is that a hard substance? I think I learned that from the Heathers musical, so I don't actually know if I'm like Diamond, bro. Like normally nothing really affects me. And sometimes it's in a bad way where I'm like, oh, maybe I should be, crying, but I do not cry anymore. I cry when I can relate to a character, and that's a whole other conversation. But I'm grateful for some uncomfortability I do need to see the reality of how the world sees us. Sometimes I'm a bit protected and sheltered in the way of like, yeah, I did a thing in my life where I'm like, I decided, okay, I'm not going to be friends with shitheads, and I'm not. So I don't have to deal with a lot of uncomfortable shit. But I'm glad that I got to see this little peak, to be like, oh, this is why people like you so much. This is why it's actually a big deal if you're a good role model or not. Because I'm not trying to be a role model. I didn't come here to make friends. But it's important. So that's what's been going on in my brain the last couple days. And I'm only able to talk about it now because I can feel that it's past, and everything will be so much better once I'm able to work out. Everything will be back to normal basically when I am able to work out, because then I'll have the combination of that sweet tea doing its thing in my body and also being able to work out, and I feel powerful and strong. But yeah, that's what's been going on in my life. Hate that. It's keeping it in there though. I'm cracking my wrist like almost normal. Like normally my, and this isn't me condoning cracking your knuckles or cracking your wrist, but it is a nice measure of things, because this is something that I consistently did before surgery. So now I'm like, oh, my hands are going back to normal. My wrists are going back to normal because I'm capable of this thing that I'm just doing by muscle memory. And by muscle memory, I crack my right wrist and then I crack my left one. And now they're just cracking, like usual. And some of my knuckles crack on my left side where I, just muscle memory, just doing it absentmindedly. And I'm like, oh, they crack now. Cool. And I think looking at it, I was like, oh, I think my hand is less swollen today. And that's great because I love what's the word? Vascularity. When you can see like veins and stuff, because as I got more muscular, I could see more veins in my arms and my hands. And I cannot see my veins in my left hand since surgery, so I'm comparing my left hand to my right hand, and I feel like my left hand is less swollen today. Again, I'm at the point of PT where I was just like, I'm doing it once a day. Like yesterday, I did it once a day. I did it once, and my hand is fine. But so I can only imagine how fucking powerful I would be if I was doing PT 5 times a day, like I should be doing. But then again, should I be doing it 5 times a day? Because that instruction to do it 4 to 5 times a day was written on my papers back when, my surgery was fresher. Do I have to be doing it 5 times a day? I don't know. No one's followed up with me. I don't have access to physical therapy here. I might if I pursued it, but all the things with the fucking insurance, I don't trust them. When it comes to this shit, do not trust the insurance anymore. It's just don't do it. I do not trust them. After the hair removal shit, it's like, oh, maybe you should not trust insurance. I'm so grateful that I got my surgery covered, but not the things that I need to lead up to the surgery. Isn't that fun? I'm doing Duolingo when I pee now, which is like a great way to pass the time because I have to let everything drain out. Anyway, I'm not sure if I talked about that in a previous log. I'm doing these in like a weird order. But yeah, no, because I'm doing the notes and then recording these when I can. And funny enough, this is the first day I've actually recorded, audio for. But yeah, I stand at the toilet and there's the sink is right next to it. So I just do Duolingo while I'm waiting for my fistula to get dry. And my penis, I shake my penis in order to get the last drops out, and it's working great. I'm not having any leakage in my underwear when I do that. Luckily, when you're at home, you can just take your time. If I'm at the movie theater or something, I'm sure that would not be as accepted. But there's a little bit of urine that comes out of the front of the balls, the ball sack line. Suture line like it was before, but it's not shooting out now, even though I'm full bursting with pee. It's not shooting out like it was in the past. So that's good. I take my vitamins and I get sick again. I'm just going to try taking zinc all completely on its own because I have no proof of this so far, but I'm pretty sure it's the zinc that's making me sick because there's zinc in a lot of the vitamins I'm taking. So it makes sense that if I'm taking just a shit ton of zinc, maybe my body just can't take it. Like Finn in his book, he says that, he takes a lot of zinc and a lot of vitamin C after surgeries. But maybe there's such thing as too much zinc. I'm not a doctor or a scientist or a doctor scientist, but we're just going to go with my theory because that's just how my himbo brain works. Is just I just throw things at the wall and see what sticks. My balls are sore because I feel sick from the vitamins, so I lay down and I try to lay on my side, and my balls are getting smashed between the ABD pads, and they're sore, and I'm like, oh, maybe it's because they're healing because there's urine coming out of the suture lines, and if I had one more ibuprofen in me, or maybe an additional, like if I put like a Tylenol in me or something, it'd be better, and I wouldn't be able to feel that, but I have not, because I didn't know my balls were going to be so sore. And I feel a little better after 10 minutes of laying down, and I need time to pass, so I jerk off, of course, as one does. Same situation, just it's an orgasm, but it's like I know that I can push further beyond, but not yet, because I'm grateful for the orgasms that I can have at this point, because I'm 8 weeks post recovery, and you're supposed to get feeling back like months and like sometimes like a year or two after surgery. So I'm grateful for the orgasm that I can have, and it's good to know that I can at least have a pretty okay orgasm before all my shit heals. Like, my God, I have a fistula and I'm still able to orgasm as I am now. So like I'll be happy. It's only going uphill from here. And it's satisfying, Orgasms are different now. I've realized, like, before I would jerk off my T-dick or I'd rub it until I came. And now it's like I have to keep pumping my dick even after I think that I've come, if that makes sense. And that's something that I've seen dudes with cisgender penises do, or even like not even dudes, just people with penises that were born with them. They'll just keep pumping, or they'll keep, stroking or whatever the fuck to like milk all that cum out. That's not a good sounding thing, but it is what it is. There's nothing on the ABD pad when I go to pee afterwards, and this train of thought lasts like 5 seconds, but I'm like, you know what? There's been nothing on the ABD pad the last couple times. Do I have to wear the ABD pad? Because it's pushing on my balls and it's, hurting a little. So why don't I just not wear it? So I take my ABD pad out, but then I realize, oh yeah, like the fistula is still there. I need to keep that area dry. So that's the purpose of the ABD pad. So I have to put it back in. But for those 5 seconds that I'm not wearing the ABD pad and I walk around with just my junk in my underwear, like I'm supposed to, it feels weird, because like I've never felt that before. And I can't wait to get used to it. That'll be a good sign when I can just wear underwear and just be free and just walk around. I realize now at 11:38 p.m. that I think my ulcers are gone because I did not feel any pain during dinner. And sometimes that's how something like an ulcer will disappear. It'll be so fucking slow that you don't even realize that it's gone until like a full day later, and you're like, oh, I'm not feeling any of the terrible pain that I was feeling for the many couple days. That's good. I can eat sour candy now. I take a Tylenol to help the little ache in my ball sack, and also my arm is a little bit hurty right now. Not enough to bother me when I'm just like doing shit, but enough if I'm paying attention to it. And I should take a Tylenol. Day 54. So I wanted to wait to confirm this, but the last few times I've gone to pee, the fistula appears to be dry. There's nothing on the ABD pad, nothing on the puppy pad when I sit on it after a shower. Knocking on wood, but knock knock. The fistula might be closed. It makes sense that pee is coming from the balls. Like I said, it's going for the next weakest suture line. I could deal with that. Totally deal with a bowl. Like, please, hell yeah, please. I get up in the morning and I go to pee. Same situation. No pee coming from the fistula, but pee is coming out of the balls. I don't mind using a fresh ABD pad this morning instead of using them until they're too wet and need changing, because I have plenty. And if we're almost done, there's a tiny bit, like the smallest amount of blood on the one from last night. I'm so happy. Really glad I decided to pursue the eye procedure now. I just cannot get my eyes to do anything this morning. I do really need the procedure. They're so dry, and I have trouble focusing on the computer screen to get any work done. I'm going to wear an ABD pad for another day just to make sure we're good. I've just realized my IV bruise is completely gone. I'm not sure when it disappeared. I have to change my underwear because my ass has gotten sweaty, and as I take the ABD pad out, I study it, really study it. There's nothing on it, just sweat. I look at the large ABD pad, the one I taped inside another pair of underwear when I went for a walk. Nothing on that one either from days ago. I think, okay, you know what? Fuck it, it's time. And I put on boxer briefs without it. They're my Spider-Man undies. We're good, bud. Like, let's take it easy, but I think we're good. Let's let everything breathe a little more. I put some tissue in my boxers on the tip of my penis, and there's cum on them now. It feels so good that I'm just cracking my wrists like normal. I know it's probably not good for you, but it's what normal was for me pre-surgery. I might have jerked off too roughly. My penis hurts. Afterwards, I was nervous that I, made a hole in the side or something, but I felt all around it, and there's no damage, at least none that I can see. I think the real test will be when I go to pee. I smell real bad because I haven't showered today, so I take one. And although the fistula is closed, I still have that smell, it's just stuff's still healing down there, and you're just gonna get the smell for a bit, I guess. I pee, and none of it comes out any other holes, so I think I'm good. It doesn't even come out of my ball sack. But it might just be that, sometimes it just doesn't happen, and maybe I just don't have enough pee. When I'm overflowing with pee, that's usually when it happens, when it comes out of other places. I'll take a Tylenol to help with the extra discomfort. Lots of cum leaked out. It was a lot of cum. I'm eating soup and pastaroni for every meal at this point. It's just easy. You cook up some chicken or beef or shrimp to add to it. You're golden. That's a complete meal. It's not really. You probably need vegetables. I mean, there's vegetables in the soup, but I'm thinking of the pastaroni. So you can add vegetables. I just do not. I should try not to jerk off for a bit. I know I've said that a few times at this point, but all it'll do is make it easier and better to come if I just chill out, let myself edge for a bit. I take my zinc completely on its own, and yep, that must have been the cause of me getting sick because I don't feel sick at all. Oh, I don't know if I ever talked about Shinesty. I think that's how it's pronounced. The company with the underwear pouch, I was trying a new one. They got here and they're great. The ball holder doesn't fit my balls because my penis is so big. It just takes up all the space instead. But they're super cute, and I got a free pair. I don't know if it was a mistake or if they were just being nice. But I also, in addition to the two that I got a pair of black ones with constellations fucking on them. Very nice. The smell that I have is more prominent now, and I guess it's because the ABD pad was helping to absorb it before, so now that there's nothing between my junk and the underwear, there is more escaping. Day 55. After I pee, I dab the fistula, and there's a teensy bit of blood, but that's it. No pee or leakage or anything. I've been having really bad dysphoria the last hour. When I jerk off, I don't feel hard for a while. I don't feel, you kind of just the post nut clarity, but also the feeling of numbness, specifically in the penis region, not numbness as in emotionally, numbness as in it's hard for me to feel my dick or notice it's there, rather. I just don't really think about it anymore until I get horny again, and then you got to take care of it again. And since I can't feel most of my dick, I'm having trouble connecting to it at all without my T-dick inside making that connection to it. Because how it's been so far is that they've been working together, the T-dick and my main dick, my party dick. The one is I feel myself hard inside, and then that's making me hard on the outside. Also, it's interesting. But because I came, it feels like I can't connect to all of it. They're desynced. I'm also getting mad that I can't feel my taint because it's healing. So it feels like I have a wedgie or something near my asshole when I don't really. It's just that I can't feel that part of my skin. I'm hyper aware of it, I think, because my body is exhausted. I literally just need to sleep. I get so cranky and miserable when I haven't slept. It will solve all my problems, but I refuse to go. And I'm now going to make myself go to bed. Like, I'm just like a little kid, you know? Sometimes you gotta treat yourself like a little kid. Like, hey, okay, you need a nap, buddy. Time to go to bed. I pee before I head to bed and dab the fistula just to check that it's okay. No leakage, no blood, no nothing. I'm laying in bed and my dick hurts around where the suture line was. Definitely hurts from jerking off. I'm 100% sure it's from that. I'm due ibuprofen in 30 minutes, so I just take it early so I don't fall asleep without it. It's my first night sleeping without an ABD pad. I'm not really absorbing it or appreciating it because of the pain I'm in. Before I went to bed, I looked through a bunch of pictures and footage of me in the hospital and recovering in the hotel, and it's just astounding to see how far I've come. Past me helped inspire present me. I'm so cranky, but at least now I've got some perspective. I did PT once. I wake up and feel bad that I was rough with my dick, so I try to gauge how it is. I touch it, and it still hurts around the same area, around where the suture line was. I'm late on ibuprofen, though, so that's why it's just sore. I try not to get worried or upset, but I am kicking myself for jerking it too hard yesterday. I need to be more gentle. I'm trying to rush things. I'm stressed about that. I'm also stressed about money. Where am I going to get almost $1,000 for the punctal occlusion? I could get some pocket change if I were to pick up Twitch streaming again, but am I ready? And also, I hate doing it for that reason. I just want to have fun and like play video games. I could just get back to it, just jump in and see what happens. If I'm not ready, I could just stop. Now that the fistula is repaired, that's an option now. I just didn't want to start if I was going to need a bunch of time in the bathroom for bathroom breaks. I touch around where my dick is attached to my body, and the skin feels a little sensitive and maybe wet on the right side. It feels thinner. I need to pee and see if it comes out the suture line. When I pee, it's definitely getting wet there, but I can't tell with absolute certainty because there's 2 points where pee is coming out of my ball sack, and it's right below it. So it could just be getting wet from that. I can't tell if it's leaking with certainty, so I'm anxious, but all I can do is let it heal. This is a thing that happened earlier in the healing process, and it healed on its own, just like my ball sack is going to heal on its own. I see a little drip from the fistula. Oh no, at least it's the mild drip from a couple days ago, where it's not a stream, so it's just slowly built up, and I finally only see it when I'm done peeing. I dab the fistula with toilet paper, and there's blood. Okay, we'll put the ABD pad back on. Sometimes I wish I could get mad like I used to, but I know this is better for me, just being frustrated. Before, when I had anger issues, before I started tea, I'd break things and hurt myself. I never hurt anyone else. I just hated myself so much that I'd break my own shit. I'd bang on my desk and hurt my hands. I'd punch myself over and over until my hand couldn't take it anymore. I really hated myself, and I didn't care what happened to me. I wanted to punish myself. Now I'm just quietly frustrated. This is so much better for me, but I feel like there's a tension that I'm not releasing, and it's because I have no desire to. But yeah, you know what? This is better. This is way better. I shouldn't be complaining. It's kind of like the crying thing, where I'm sure I'd feel better if I cried when I was upset, but my body doesn't do that anymore. So we should just accept the new normal. My dick hurts, and I'm anxious about it because I wish I could do something to help. But the fact that it's so hard to tell if it's leaking urine, that's good. I just need to give it time and let it heal. When I first went to the bathroom, I felt hopeless, like I'd taken a million steps backwards because urine was coming from everything. But I sat for a few minutes to record my thoughts, and now I feel better. Everything's okay. You're just going to need to trade time for peace of mind. You can't speed it up, so let's just relax and wait. Okay, I'm done brushing my teeth. Let's get some perspective, bud. You don't have to deal with a catheter. Your right hand isn't swollen like those pictures you saw last night while you were editing PinkBlue. It was so swollen, and you don't even remember it. Let's just take a rest day. Before you went to bed yesterday, all you were doing was working on things you didn't want to work on and doing things you didn't want to do. It's no wonder that you're kind of in a sad mood. But let's focus on the good, because yesterday was a really good day. You booked some voiceover work. The fistula was closed for a full 24 hours. You got to walk around and sleep for the first time with no gauze, no pads, just your dick and balls in your pants. if you step outside yourself, you'll see everything fucking rules right now. This is the best you've been in months. You can let yourself relax. You can let yourself be happy. My dick still hurts, so I take a Tylenol. I take an anxiety pill a little bit later. Now's the time, now's the time. A week from now, my dick will totally be healed. The fistula will be too. I just want to fast travel to it, but it's okay that I can't. Like you talked about before, the healing process is here to teach us things. I feel a lot better knowing everything will be fine. I just need to chill in the meantime. Surgery has really helped me see that. Looking back on where I was a month ago is insane. Looking back on 2 months ago, holy shit. Like, it's just time. It's just exchanging time for peace of mind. I feel way better, and the pill hasn't even kicked in yet. I took it a minute ago. Oh, I clogged my toilet with my big stupid shit that I took, and now I need to go buy a plunger. I should have done it the other day, like the first time this happened, but if I'm honest, I didn't think it would happen again. It never happened before. I'm not used to not having endometriosis and pooping regularly. I did not know this is a thing that happens. I have man-sized shits now. My taint hurt on the walk home, but it was good for me to get out of the house. I know it was. This is more toilet talk than I think you anticipated. But the water level in the toilet has gone down to a totally normal amount. Like, before I left, it was risen up, and now it's like, oh, let's gaslight Jesse into thinking everything is fine. What did you do? What did you do to think that your toilet was misbehaving? I'm fine. You're the problem. And sometimes that just happens, where you just leave the toilet alone, and then the water level goes down on its own. Okay, let's give it a go. I put some towels around the bowl, and I flush it, and the water level rises up so high. Ah, fuck. Okay, well, let's set up the plunger, and I grab it and set it up as I hear a whooshing sound, and then the toilet has drained itself. Everything went down, and everything is fine. I'm not even a little mad. Sometimes you need just a small sign from the universe to get you back on track, to kick you in the ass and be like, okay, we'll make you panic, we'll make you sweat for a little bit, but everything's good. Now get back to your regular people problems. I decide that I will shower, I will make a smoothie, I will start some laundry, and I will write. I will chill for the rest of the day. I will nap when I feel like it. My body needs rest. My right incision hurts. I washed it a little in the shower. If it's hurting that small amount, I must need more sleep. The anxiety pill is starting to make me feel sleepy. That combined with the walk I just had, it was really nice out. I tried to smile as much as possible, really take it in. I took a little walk, and now I have a plunger, something I needed anyway. And I got more bread while I was out. It wasn't a fruitless journey. And I got to check the mail on the way back. That was something I was concerned about yesterday. All in all, a very good experience. We were productive. Be happy about it. Nothing on the puppy pad after I've been sitting on it. That's a good sign. Pretty sure pee is leaking from the bottom incision on my phallus, but the pill is in full effect, and you know what? It's totally fine, because it really is. Just gotta wait it out, and it'll all be good. I finally feel sleepy enough to drift off, so I pee one last time beforehand. Kind of a weak pee, but no real wetness around the sutures. It's a silly thing to keep such close track of, like watched pot shit, I should check it, like, once a day, once every couple days, if that. Let it heal on its own. Doesn't need any extra pressure from you just staring at it every time you urinate. No blood on the fistula. Think it'll hopefully be the first thing to heal. Wow, I guess my body only wanted to take a nap. I wake up and I do my first stream since recovery. It was really fun and really nice. Day 56. I had emailed the Crane Center just to ask them about my balls and dick situation, letting them know I was a little rough with my penis. I got a message back basically confirming what I was thinking, which was, nothing sounds too alarming, it'll heal over time. And it's funny because they said, be more gentle with your phallus, P. You didn't do any harm, but remember, everything is healing. I take a few weeks off activities to let everything heal. And I was like, yeah, that's fair. I feel a shit ton better than I did a day ago. I thought that was the case, but it's good to just have my thoughts confirmed. Okay, it's time to commence No Nut Jan February. I think I'm just going to not jerk off for like a whole month straight, like just to be totally safe. She's right. I'm still healing. I need to just let it heal. I'm used to before when
I would just jerk off when I'm bored, even when if I don't like feel like I'm horny enough to, and I'll be able to get to that again eventually. Right now, I just need to let it do its thing. I feel genuinely taken care of by the Crane Center. Like, none of this has felt fake, even a tiny bit. I'm usually very skeptical with doctors and hospitals and everything, but like it genuinely feels like they just want to help people, which should be the default for doctors. But, you know, we don't live in a perfect world. There are racist doctors, there are homophobic doctors, there are transphobic doctors. And, you know, like, they don't just come out and say, I'm a bigot. You know, it reflects in other ways. When I got up this morning, I freaked out a little because my dick was so low on my body, and I got scared that it had like fallen off or was hinged or something. But I realized that's just how long my dick is. I have 4 voiceover gigs to record for, so I'm getting used to talking to myself again. Like, I usually talk to myself a fair bit, but being in isolation and coming off of surgery, now I'm like, oh, okay, it's showtime. I need to like, and even recording these logs, I'm going back and recording older ones from like days 1, 2, 3, like the really early things. And I'm realizing like how low my endurance is right now for voiceover. I need to get back into it. Your voice is like an instrument, and you need to practice. When I pee, the fistula barely gets wet, but since there's a teensy bit there, I'm just gonna wear my last few ABD pads and make sure to just pat it dry after I urinate. The pat dry the fistula, not the ABD pad. You know, just to be safe. I've got a few smaller ones left. I've got a lot of the bigger ones left. In case of an emergency, but I have a number of the smaller ones left where there's no point in me buying more. So I'll just wear the ones I have until they're gone. Pee is barely coming out of my balls and the suture on my penis area that I was concerned about before. It's just getting a little damp. I still dry the area, but I'm feeling a whole lot better about it. I'm doing PT once a day, like just really focusing on what needs stretching, and sometimes I'll do like a higher number than I used to in the early days, but I don't think I need to be doing PT multiple times a day. My flexibility is basically all there. The main thing is just my wrist. There's consistently nothing on the ABD pad except maybe one tiny spot of blood from my ballsack healing, but you know, that's perfectly fine, and it's not from the fistula. So I'm sticking with my plan to wear the small ones until they're gone. Day 57. Okay, my theory was correct. The very bad smell was when stuff was coming out of me. When the fistula and all that, you know, it was getting absorbed by the ABD pad I had on. Now that the fistula is 99% closed, the smell is 99% less bad. I do my long walk, and I do it without any ABD pads. I'm totally free of ABD pads now. And I peed twice while I was out in public toilets, in stalls, you know, in privacy. But it was cool. And I only almost made a mess the first time because I'm not used to how much I have to mount over the toilet, you know, because pee is coming out of my balls still. And when there's a lot of pee, that's when it comes out of the balls. If I have a regular amount of pee or a slow amount of pee, it doesn't leak out of anywhere except my penis. You know, there's a barely noticeable amount of pee that comes out of my balls and the suture mark around my penis. But there was enough pee that the first time I peed in the public toilet in the stall, there was a little stream, a little drippy drip coming from my scrotum, and a little bit went in my underwear, but like not noticeable at all. And it dried extremely fast, and I course corrected and was like, okay. And then the second time, fucking nailed it. No issues at all. After my shower, when it was time to massage my arm with Tamanu oil, I massaged it for like 20 minutes. Like, sitting down watching Netflix is way easier. You can just mindlessly just rub your arm and the lines and everything. Day 58. Now that I'm only leaking urine through my scrotum area and not the fistula in my taint, peeing takes a lot less time. I've got the timing down great now to get 99% of the pee out of my dick, and then I fold up some toilet paper and just stick it on the head of my penis and, you know, like pull up my underwear, and I'm ready to go. I'm experiencing a little bit of pain from the fistula, and it also hurts to pee, but my body's healing. I take a Tylenol. we'll see if that can manage the pain or if I need to add another ibuprofen so that I have 3 in my body at once. But so far, the pain has been totally manageable with just 2 ibuprofen and a Tylenol thrown into the mix. I'm an hour from my next ibuprofen dosage, but the Tylenol isn't enough. I take an extra ibuprofen. Okay, well now I'm an hour from my next ibuprofen dosage, but the Tylenol isn't enough, so I take an extra ibuprofen. And that should be fine, as long as you're just not doing it all the fucking time. That's what the situation was when I was suffering from endometriosis. I was on 4 ibuprofen every 8 hours, and I would ask every doctor that I would have, I'd be like, is this okay? And they're like, yeah, as long as you're not doing it all the time, like then it can cause liver problems and all kinds of other stuff. But yeah, if I need an extra ibuprofen, I can take another ibuprofen. But also just a reminder, I'm not a doctor. Consult your people and all that. You saw the disclaimer at the beginning. My dick hurts, but nothing I can do about it. Just take the painkillers and wait. Time is the only thing that'll heal it. While I was watching Netflix, I remembered how my arm used to look at the beginning of the process. My scar, the skin graft, made it so that the skin graft part was raised up a little bit and there was a little bit of separation between my arm and the skin graft. And then I realized, oh, maybe that's closed by now. Maybe what's going to happen is that the skin is going to connect and then it'll be a smooth piece of skin. And I looked at my arm and yep, that's the case. It happened so slow that I didn't even notice. But yeah, there's no ridge anymore. There's no real separation. There's nothing elevated. And there's a little bit in a small area, but it's obviously going to heal also. Yeah, everything is coming together. Sometimes I know I've said this before, but some things are just going to happen so slow that you're just going to look one day and be like, oh, that used to be different. Today went really well. I have not gotten pee leaking out of my balls all of today. I think I had one small instance at the first pee of the day, but that was it. I think a little bit of urine is coming out of the dick incision that I was worried about, but it was such a small amount that it was difficult for me to tell if anything had actually come out of it. I washed my hands and I felt around it because I felt like I was going a little nuts where I was like, is any urine coming out of that incision? Did I imagine it? Because it's such a small amount that it's barely damp when I check it after I pee. I think technically there is urine coming out of it, but it's so difficult to tell. But yeah, I'm healing great. I'm still experiencing some pain from the healing, but I'm healing so well and way faster than I thought I was going to, so I can deal with it. Like I said, if pain is for a reason, I got it. I got you. I felt dysphoric a lot of today involving my penis, but I realized I only felt dysphoric when I'm expecting my dick to feel like a cisgender penis. Sometimes you need a little reminder where you're like, hey, I'm never going to be cisgender. This is not going to feel like a cis penis. It's going to feel like your penis, and you need to figure out what that means. And I remembered how I've been able to connect to it so well is when I'm hard. When my T-dick is aroused and it's connecting to the bigger dick, party dick, they're fucking fusing. And maybe I'm feeling so dysphoric because trauma and being scared makes it so that you can't really get it up. I'm watching all these scary movies lately because I'm writing a horror show with my friend, and for all of the Scream movies, I'm like, I feel so bad for Sydney. I don't know how you can have a sex drive after, spoilers for Scream, but being betrayed by partners as many times as she has. I'm like, how do you even, I think I'd just be too traumatized. That fucking sucks. And the same thing with Andy from the Child's Play franchise, because I've been watching through that. Also, I don't know how this boy is ever going to get a boner. When the threat of a scary fucking toy could show up at any moment, I don't think I would not be able to get hard. And so that stuff got me thinking about my own situation. And yeah, it's a scary thing for you to jerk off your dick and then have an experience where it's like, oh, my penis hurts. Okay, don't jerk off for weeks. Of course I'm not getting hard. I haven't had a sex drive since that happened because it's a scary thing to happen. So I realized I need to watch some porn. I need to get myself hard, and I need to just edge myself. And maybe I will feel more connected to my penis. And you know what? It fucking worked. I want to come, but I cannot. I cannot for an entire month. And that's fine. I'm just going to edge myself. And I feel such a connection to my dick already. It was just an automatic fix. I just needed to be horny. I'm feeling hot. I'm feeling sexy. I'm feeling connected with my body because it's not a cisgender penis. It's my penis. And that's going to mean a different thing. Some like watching porn, some things are going to get them off that are not going to get me off. I was thinking about like what my first time is going to be like. And, you know, if someone is going to touch my dick wrong because they're going to try to treat it like a cisgender penis, I'm going to have to tell them, hey, maybe do this or don't do that or whatever. And we're going to figure it out together. And everyone's first time after fallow is awkward. And, you know, people talk about that because it's for a reason. Our dicks are different. They're going to like different things. And so thinking about all of this, just wrapped up in a little bow, brought me another present of a discovery, which was I realized why some trans men who go through phalloplasty and then go evil and say no one should get this surgery because I had a bad experience. I realized what it is. Every single one of these guys that I've seen take this stance and do this, and it's not a huge number of them. I've only seen 3. So it is all of them, but the number luckily isn't that big. I haven't gone looking for them, so it's not a huge number. It's just the amount that have crossed my path. But all 3 of them have been misogynistic, like passing dudes that are not very nice and good before the surgery, and then afterwards are even more of jerks. And I realized, oh, all of these guys want to be cis. All of them have talked about how much it sucks to be trans, so they get phalloplasty for a different reason than other people do. They get this surgery expecting that it will fulfill them and make them feel finally good in their bodies because they're ashamed of being trans and they want to be cis. So they get this dick. And I realized, because like I'm going through this thing where it was difficult to connect to this penis because it doesn't feel cis. Like I don't get hard in that way, and like it raises, and I don't, it's feeling a little numb for a bit until all the nerves grow. So if you're expecting to get a cisgender penis when you get phalloplasty, you're going to be disappointed because no matter what, it's not going to feel like that. You will never be happy if that's what you want, because that's not something you can have. We don't have the technology, you know, like maybe in 100 years, but that's not something you can have right now at this moment in time. So they get this surgery and they feel shitty afterwards. And then they're like, no one should get this surgery because I'm not happy with my penis. And that fucking blew my mind because it's like, yeah, of course. Okay. Because I used to have that opinion as well. I used to be a piece of shit where I wanted to be cisgender and I didn't like being trans and I didn't understand trans joy. And I thought we were just like physically transitioning to just escape from the miserable lives that we had before. And I'm just feeling so fortunate that people like kicked my ass and were like, hey, that's a fucking bad opinion to have. And you're never going to be happy. You're just going to be this ball of miserable energy if you want to be cisgender, because Jesse, you're fucking never going to be quote unquote cisgender. You're never like, even if I pass, even if my body becomes biologically just perfectly cis male, quote unquote, where I have a penis and balls and like, you know, my face looks a certain way and I have chest hair and all this stuff. Even though someone looking at me or someone sleeping with me would not be able to tell the difference between me and a cisgender man, I'm never going to have and feel the same in my body that my cisgender male friend feels in his body. There's so many factors. There's lived experience. There's all this shit. And if I am looking to be cis, I'm never going to be happy. There's always going to be differences. There's always going to be something that I can't have. So that was a cool fucking discovery for today. And I was like, oh, okay. The secret to being happy is just accepting myself. And I did that, you know, or I spent the last couple hours doing that. And wow, I feel fantastic. There's a reason they say that transition is like a constantly ongoing thing. It's because you're always figuring out what your body wants and what it needs and what it feels like. Today was also the first day that I looked in the mirror at myself naked before my shower. And I really felt like my body was starting to fit because I didn't feel dysphoric in the like really painful way back before I had a dick and balls. I just kind of looked in the mirror and I didn't accept that was a part of my body because I didn't use it. You know, I didn't use that part, like my indie junk. I didn't use it for sex or anything. I just used it for peeing. So I wasn't in a huge rush to get phalloplasty. I wasn't in an extreme amount of pain mentally or anything like I was before I got top surgery. So I was fortunately able to wait a bit for phallo. And part of this experience is not just accepting that I've gained parts, but I've also lost parts. I don't have any junk anymore. They have removed it. Like they went into my body and took it out. I have a physical scar to show that. I have a taint now instead of any junk. I have a taint and balls and a dick. And I'm so happy to have them and they fit so well now. But it was difficult for me to accept because I'd seen those parts on cis men, I guess. And now they were on me and they fit. But, when you see a certain thing, when you look in the mirror every day, it's difficult to I don't know. It's an interesting thing because I didn't accept what I looked like previously down there as being part of my body. I was like, oh, one day this is going to change, kind of like my arm, I didn't really accept it before. I was like, you know what? It's going to look different. So I don't want to get attached to it. And before my shower, I looked in the mirror and was like, yeah, okay, this is what I look like. A lot of this is just accepting that I have a dick and balls and not seeing them as sexual instruments. So honestly, taking a month off of masturbating is probably good, that I just need to accept that these are the parts that I have and they are not just tools for fucking. And I actually managed to do that today. And it felt really good because I wasn't trying to. It just naturally happened. So I think the longer that I'm just in this form, the longer that I get to see myself with dick and balls, the faster that I will mentally accept that this is what I look like. And it felt so good. I feel like I jumped over a hurdle today. Like something just clicked. And I was like, cool, okay. Day 59. I changed my sheets. I was avoiding it until I was capable of it and felt like I could because it's y'all change sheets, I'm sure. Getting that fitted sheet on, getting the regular sheet on. It's a whole process. You got to be tumbling and going around and laying down and flipping things. Getting just the fitted sheet is the main thing of just getting that sucker on while it's just you alone. Oof. At least it's not putting a duvet cover on a sheet. Oof, that's a whole other can of worms. You don't even want to know. That shit is putting a fitted sheet on hard mode. But anyway, I did it. I was capable of it. It felt good because I needed to change those sheets. They were getting nasty. A sweat, human sweat just gets on that. And also when you're creating smells like I am, that you naturally have smells that are a result of surgery. I'm desensitized to it, so I don't know how much it actually smells. So just to be safe. My mustache has gotten to the point where when I eat ice cream and lick my lips, I taste the hair in my mouth. That was very interesting and fun to discover last night. I'm still dabbing the fistula after I pee, just so you know. I wasn't sure if that was still clear, as I'm still dabbing it because there's no pee coming out of it, but there is a little bit of blood, like just the smallest amount. But it is there, which means I need to dab it up, and it's a result of it healing. I feel so fucking stupid because I was wearing my Sepratech underwear working at my desk, and, the Sepratech, it separates your dick from your balls. So my dick was in there, and I was, I like to shift around while I'm sitting in my chair. I'll move my legs and put one leg up or whatever the fuck. And I moved my leg in a way that pulled my dick upwards in the air, and I felt it hurt. And it must have hurt if I felt it because I could barely feel anything down there unless it's pain. And I realized just then, I was like, oh, fuck. Did I hurt my dick again? God damn it. Because I'm used to Sepratech being the underwear that my surgeon and everyone was like, you should wear Sepratech as much as possible. Prefer it over the other underwear. But now it's the exact opposite situation. And I didn't fucking think about that. I didn't think about the fact that maybe I don't want underwear that separates my dick from my balls right now. I need to keep everything compact while it heals. So I feel fucking stupid, but I go to the bathroom and it does seem to have jostled it a little bit so that it sucks. But you know what? It hasn't set it back too much. It's just all healing. I just gotta let it all heal, but I feel stupid. I took a Tylenol and I went to bed. And it was a little difficult to sleep because I'm excited because I had a voiceover session in the day. So it was my first voiceover session post-surgery. So yeah, and that's fast forwarding a little bit because I realized that I didn't think about how
it was my first voiceover session with a dick. I woke up and rolled out of bed, and it was perfect timing because I was about to brush my teeth, and my friend called me, and we caught up, and she was just updating me on what's going on in her life. And then we were talking about surgery and stuff, and she was like, yeah, by the way, the that text that I sent you, it still counts, because I might be in the area in a month. So just wanted to remind you about it. And I was like, yeah, sorry, what text? And she was like, oh, I texted you when you were in the hospital. And I was like, oh, I was on morphine. I was for sure on morphine. And I do not recall a text message. And she was like, oh, I was saying that I wanted to suck your dick. And I was like, oh, cool. That's great. That's a great thing to find out. And it's so funny because I don't know if I'm going to end up cutting it in the earlier logs, but in the hospital, I originally had taken notes about how I was getting DMs from a lot of people. And I said I was getting DMs from a lot of girls, and she must have been one of them. Yeah, it does something to you. You just become this like sexual object where your friends are like, oh man, yeah, no, like Jesse's hot, but what about now? What about now? I need to get in on that. And I was very flattered because it's a self-esteem thing, where I'm living my life as a trans man and I'm confident and happy and I think that I'm attractive, but it's very difficult for me to gauge whether I'm attractive to another person. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe they'd rather go for a cis dude, or maybe they're just hitting on me to be nice or whatever. And since surgery and the DMs have been flooding, and I've been like, you know what? No, not all of these people could possibly be hitting on me because they feel sorry for me. Like, I think I'm just attractive, and it's taken a fucking minute to fucking accept that, but we're on our way, because it's an interesting discovery of figuring out who you are and how you present to the rest of the world. I know objectively that I am a pleasant person, and I guess that translates to attractiveness. I don't know. It's a weird thing because like I've gained my confidence and my happiness, and I'm completely alone, and I love that, and I love how I look and how I treat people, and I'm very happy with who I am as a person. But I just have no gauge as to how I am attractive to other people. So thank you for the hitting on me parts. Very good. And yeah, these are also from like friends that I'm talking about. It's not always appropriate to DM someone that you do not know and to be like, I want your cock. Like it's appreciative. I love how gender euphoric it is, but maybe you don't have to, like, if I get embarrassed and nervous and don't respond to you, don't take it as an insult. It's just, I don't want to encourage the parasocial relationship where people think like, oh, it's okay to DM someone who's known on the internet and see if they'll sexual situation. I don't know. I get scared for you, and I just want to make sure I'm not encouraging that. Okay. So yeah, if she ends up being in the area next month, I'll get my first blowjob, which is great to encourage me not to jerk off. I'm just gonna edge into oblivion and make sure my dingle dongle is perfectly healthy. I got pain in my groin area, but there's no pee coming out of the incision or balls. And it kind of fluctuates where sometimes pee will come out of the balls and the dick incision, and sometimes it comes out of neither. It seems to be that like it's either one or the other. It's never happened where it came out the balls and it didn't come out the incision. So I think it's a both or neither situation, which makes sense because they're like in the same area. They're like 1 inch from each other. My voice session went really well. I got to play a himbo. Mwah, perfect. My favorite rolls. What delicious rolls with butter. Love a good roll with a good butter. I hung out with a friend that I haven't seen in a while, and we ate some tacos, and we did some smooching, and we did some cuddling, and it felt so good to just hold another human. And oh boy, it's good that my penis was injured. Otherwise, I would have been more horny tempted to be like, should we? I'm common on my dick. I need to make sure that I'm, making sure it's taken care of. Not taken care of, taken care of. Taken care of. I hope that is taken care of
in the not sexy way, so then later we can take care of it in the sexy way. I took a shower, I had a smoothie, and I massaged my arm with Tamanu oil for 25 minutes. It's getting easier. It's getting easier to just zone out and watch a show and just massage your arm. I'm just a teensy bit nervous about my arm being ready for working out. So I've been trying to figure out what hurts, like if I stretch my arm a certain way or I position it a certain way, can I do some exercises to limber it out? So I'm doing PT as needed. It's usually like once a day. I've been consistent with my protein shakes and with taking vitamins, though. Getting all that good in me. Gotta heal me up. Heal me up, my penis. You know that song by the Jonas Brothers? Oh, I'm a little tired. Day 60, my arm scars look so much better. I'm not even sure how to describe it because it's that thing where you see it every day and you're barely noticing it, but then one day you look and you're like, oh my God, when did that happen? The long one that goes down the middle of the graft is starting to lose definition. Like at the beginning when the scab came off, it looked like little alien eggs all piled together, bulbous and pink. Now it resembles more of a straight line the more time passes. The whole graft still looks dry when I wake up in the morning, but I know that's just temporary. Like the more time goes on, the less dry it looks. And it makes sense that it looks dry. It is dry. It doesn't feel dry. Not really. Like if I'm just feeling my graft right now and it feels fine. It feels like skin. It's only when I touch other skin that I'm like, oh, that's how soft other skin is. But I really can't tell much of a difference. I'm really taking care to rub as much surface as I can when I do my nightly Tamanu oil massage. It's been really nice for my brain being able to do something actively to help it. I didn't know I'd see results so fast. The more I've been redirecting my brain's goal of accepting my body to, hey, you're not going to fully feel your dick, rather than think of your dick operating like a cis dick, the more I've actually accepted my penis, which makes complete sense. And I technically knew beforehand and had talked about, and I knew it. I just needed a reminder now that I'm actually in it. I might very well feel my dick one day. In fact, I am feeling it. I can feel the nerves connecting and I can feel some of my dick. I have I don't want to get too into detail, but I should for science. If I'm just rubbing my dick slowly, like across the full length of it, it feels good. It feels sexy. And part of figuring out how much I can feel is separating from your brain and being like, okay, am I aroused and feeling my dick physically because I'm seeing myself touch it and that's hot? Or does it actually have tactile sensation? Does it have actual feeling? And the more time passes, the more I think I'm actually feeling it. And like I said, it's going to take time. Sometimes it's months, sometimes it's like years. And I'm fully prepared for it. And yeah, like I said, the more that I've changed my thinking to like, hey, you're going to feel whatever it is you feel of it. Don't expect it to feel like a cis dick. The more I've actually like started really loving it and loving myself and like, oh, okay, I get it now. And my brain is accepting that this is my penis. Just watching a pot boil was hell on my anxiety and was making me not see the results I was actually getting. I feel great. It feels great. Now I'm looking in the mirror and loving what I see. It was kind of similar to the feeling of dysphoria when I tried wearing Packers. I couldn't feel it, but I could see a bulge, and I knew it wasn't physically part of me, but this is me. It is attached to me, and being the object of sexual desire really helped with that. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm all on my own right now, and having my friend call me yesterday and tell me she wanted my dick in her mouth, and last night having a cute guy over and knowing both of us wanted to fuck each other, it really hammered in the point that I'd been trying to make myself, but couldn't. Sometimes it's great to live for yourself and love yourself. And that's what I've been doing for the last year or two. I have been averse to letting people in. And sometimes it's nice to have someone else be like, hey, you're hot. Like I want your dick. You have dick. Sometimes it takes someone else to really drive in that point. Like there comes a time where you just gotta admit to yourself that you love yourself and you deserve love. You know, people want your cock, dude. That means you have one, even if you haven't accepted it. And that made me accept it. I still had some toxic shit about my idea of penises. Some guys can't feel all of their dick, even some cis dudes. Like some guys have ED, erectile dysfunction. Some are circumcised. Some are uncircumcised. You were judging other dudes' penises and it made you not happy with your own. Toxic masculinity doesn't just hurt women. It hurts everyone. You know that. So start acting like it. And I did. I'm starting to now. And it's so funny, just perspective, like bringing up the topic again of like another person being in the room with me. I've been alone for so long and just making it on my own and learning to love myself on my own, that having another person in the room really gives you perspective on some things that I've been taking advantage of. I was talking about my balls to my friend yesterday, and I said that they looked really good, like surprisingly so. I was telling him about how I thought they were going to be flat, but they are plump and they look like cis male balls. And I was telling him they are the most cis looking thing about me. And he looked at me. He was like, Jesse, have you looked in a mirror lately? Because I don't know how to tell you, but I don't think anyone would mistake you for not a cisgender male. And I was like, fuck. Yeah, you're right. I forgot. Like you just get lost in yourself sometimes, where I've taken advantage of the fact that I look like I look. And, I was being harsher on myself than I deserved. I was like, oh yeah, no, this Jesse, you just look like a cis man. Like your balls look like a cis man too, but like you can't say that's the most cis looking part of you. And even more talk about letting people in. Within 7 hours of each other, both my girlfriend and my boyfriend texted me to let me know that they missed me. And they don't know each other. Like this just happened within 7 hours of each other. And it's funny that sometimes we're down on ourselves, and me being alone in this room, I'm not down on myself, but I'm alone. So sometimes I think like, I'm just existing on my own and no one loves me. And that's okay. It's not like a sad, no one loves me. It's more of like, hey, I can't trust anyone. And that's okay. I could just be on my own. And I was literally just thinking about that. And within 7 hours of each other, both of them texted me. And then some hours after that, voice correct. And then some hours after that, a friend messaged me telling me they missed me and hoped I was doing well. So yeah, Jesse, people like you, even if you're not able to accept that yet. And it's funny that I'm trying to accept that my penis is part of me and I can feel my penis. And I'm also accepting that people love me and want the best for me. Trauma's fun, huh? I'm totally fine and cool existing on my own, but it's cool to have some outside validation. Turns out people aren't meant to be alone. That's weird, huh? Pain is totally tolerable today. I'm back to 2 ibuprofen with no Tylenol in between. Okay, spoke too soon. Started to get some pain before I was going to take a walk to the grocery store. So I figured I should take a Tylenol, because my dick is going to be moving around and stuff in my pants. And yes, I was correct. My dick hurt while I walked. It took a bit to get used to. I think it's just the act of putting on pants, because I'm used to not wearing pants right now. I'm just in my house alone and I got to wear pants when I go outside because it's chilly. And also people require you to put on pants when you go to the grocery store. So with the movement and the extra article of clothing, it makes sense that, my body's going to be like, why are we doing this? Day 61, I'm experiencing some pain, so I take an extra ibuprofen. Walking probably agitated it. Putting on pants and having everything dip up and down. Luckily, ibuprofen was only an hour away at that point. I was supposed to call with my boyfriend around 3 p.m. today, but I haven't slept yet, and I know it. I'm just not going to be awake for it, and I was really looking forward to it, but I would love to remember a conversation. So I text him and let him know, and he's like, hey, no worries, get some sleep. I sleep all day. I think I'm awake until like 10 a.m. and I sleep until roughly, I wake up at 3 p.m., then I wake up at 4 and then 5. It throws off the whole day, but in a good way. I love being awake at night. So this is a good thing. And I need to sleep more. The more sleep I do, the more healing I'll do.
Day 62. It's that time of year where my knuckles are bleeding, just by existing. I need to lotion my hands and I do not. So my knuckles will just be covered in blood sometimes. Like I'm just walking around the house and then I'm like, oh shit, well, guess that's happening. Sneaks up on you. Cold weather, it be here. The East Coast has gotten a nor'easter. Back in Philly, I see all my friends posting snow pictures and I'm honestly happy to be here in Texas. I love snow, but like looking at it, I don't want to be trotting through it. I like it here. I like that it's 42 degrees right now at, 4 or 5 in the morning in January. We're almost February now. Oof. But good. I want time to pass. More time passes, more healing I do. I did 7 push-ups just to gauge if I should focus on any stretching or anything, see if my arm will be ready in a few weeks when I'm able to work out again. The skin was noticeably tight, but they're doable. I just need to get back to it. My muscles have atrophied a little. No more so than after stage 0, though. Definitely doable. I'm really feeling my dick, like strong connection, like when I was first starting to feel it back right after surgery, like a week or two, when I was like getting that strong connection. Really good sign. Makes me feel great. Shinesty underwear seems to be a great fit. It might be the best one so far. It's very roomy. Like I said before, my dick is so big that my balls don't go in the ball pouch. My dick takes up the whole ball pouch because it's longer, but it results in it being roomier. I really like how much space I have. My dick feels and looks amazing in these. Since I've been on like 2 years on T, I've got noticeable chest hairs, just not ones that show up in photos because it has to be a certain darkness. And like the more you have in a little patch, the more it'll show up in photos and stuff. And I've realized that I can see my little patches if I'm looking for them in photos. But to people who aren't looking for it, it doesn't really look like I have chest hair. So I've been using Copenhagen grooming on my chest the last, I guess, year. Just, when I use it on my face, I'm like, what if also put on chest? Let's see what happens. And it's been noticeable. I've noticed I have a little patch of hair on my left pec, and it's gotten more hairs, as well as a bunch of other areas on my chest, but it's usually in like little singular hairs or little patches here and there. But now I've noticed that my chest is covered in hair, just teeny tiny ones. And I think it must have happened over the course of like the last few months because I was looking at it every day and I wasn't seeing it. But again, watch pot. Maybe it was just happening so slowly and now I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, my chest is covered in hair. That fucking rules. I hope it gets like thicker. I've paused the smoothies that I was getting online and I'm just going to be making mine from ingredients I get from the store. I was trying to figure out if it's cheaper, but my himbo brain can't do that much math. So I'll just assume it's cheaper because that makes sense. They're always talking about, hey, just get your own ingredients and make a thing from it's cheaper. So yeah, maybe I'm assuming it is. The last week or so, I've been meaning to go take a walk and go to a local donut place because it's, one of my favorite things to do is just go for a walk and get a donut and bring it back home. It's something that I did back in Philly, and I've been in recovery since I got to Texas, so I haven't really had a chance to like do it. And I'm nocturnal usually, because of my sleep schedule. So really early in the morning, no one's around. It's really nice. And because of my fucked up sleep schedule the past day, I am awake at 5 a.m. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. So I put on some clothes and I went out for my little walk. And it was so nice. It was like 40, 42 degrees and it was cold, but it was like not too cold. I got my jacket and I had a little hat, but it was perfect. It could have been a teensy bit less cold, but you know what? Sometimes you need the cold to remind you that you're alive. I was listening to some music and as I was walking, I'm looking around and no one's around for miles, just cars going by here and there. And I always check behind me because I'm a paranoid son of a bitch and I'm scared. And I realize I'm not in Philly. I'm not in Brooklyn. No one is going to hurt me. No one is here. And I stopped walking and just looked backwards and just stood there for a moment, just staring out, staring at this long stretch of road that no one was there.
again, just a car here and there. And it's perfect. I said before that this is the perfect place for me to heal, and it really is. And I realized in that moment that I'm still pretty fucked up. I thought it was a good thing that I'm always looking over my shoulder because, can't be too careful, but it's because I'm terrified that someone is going to hurt me. That's why I'm doing it. It's not a safety thing of just in case. It's someone will definitely be there, but they're not. There's no one here. No one's going to hurt you, Jesse. And I just stood there and breathed. I took air into my lungs and I was like, just focus on how good this feels. You are alive and you've gotten surgery and you're good, bud. You're getting stage 2 months from now. You're recovering great. You're feeling your dick. You're going to go get donuts. I'm rewatching a few of the Marvel shows on Netflix, and I'm on season 2 of Jessica Jones. And no spoilers, but there's a point where she's trying to remember something with a therapist or psychologist or whatever it is, the hypnotherapy, I think. And he's got her on this couch, and he's like, go to your happy place. And she's like, I don't have a happy place. And it made me realize I don't really have a happy place either. I was asking myself the same question, like, what if someone was asking me to go to my happy place, the place I feel the most calm and relaxed? And I picked my room, but I really don't feel that way about it. Thinking about it, it's just the most calm out of any of the places that I can think of. But it's not, I wouldn't describe it as my happy place. I describe it as the least chaotic place. And here, standing in this road where no one is, listening to music and it's 42 degrees, I'm like, this is my happy place. This makes me feel alive. No one is going to hurt me. No one is going to hurt me. And I just kept repeating it. And it made sense. With me being known on the internet and having internet known friends, I hate the word famous. I'm not going to use it. It sounds weird and gross. We're known. It's one of those healing things where I'm like, well, I shouldn't bother healing from all of my friends turning out to be monsters because it keeps happening. So I need to just be prepared for it. Just keeps happening over and over. But me here in this space, it really is true that no one's going to hurt me. My friends who live here and have the same build as me and walk around, nothing ever has happened to them. I live in a good neighborhood that's quiet. And nothing is happening here. Nothing like I'm used to in Philly or Brooklyn or any of the places that I've lived where there was danger and then there was also my abuser. And then the combination just made me scared of everything and everyone. And sometimes knowing you need to heal from shit helps you heal from shit. It's going to take time, but I've acknowledged it now. I like to think, I don't need therapy. I stopped going to therapy. I can just heal on my own. I can just be alone and not trust anyone and everything will be fine. And I'll just look over my shoulder for the rest of my life. And I didn't think that was weird or unusual. But now I'm acknowledging, hey, maybe it's not normal to be afraid 99% of the time of some unknown force that's going to attack you. I put weapons in every area of my house. And last night I was maybe it's just all the scary movies I've been watching, but I got up in the middle of the night because I was scared because I didn't know where my taser was. And I found it and I put it near my bed. I need it with me. And it's okay. It's okay because I'm in a safe place and I walked to get some donuts. Thinking about timeline stuff, I realize that the math adds up where if everything goes well, I'll be having sex by my 30th birthday. Because my birthday is October 28th and my surgery is at the beginning of August. And typically after stage 2, you're having sex like 8 weeks later. Am I gonna lose my virginity on my 30th birthday? Maybe. Gives me plenty of time to vet some candidates. But that's knocking on wood, knock knock, that everything goes perfectly. So we won't think about it. If it happens, great. And if not, that's great too. All I can do is make my conditions the best they can. Keep working out, keep taking my vitamins. Just keep at it. Positive attitude, visualization, blah, 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 all that bullshit. Let's keep at it. I get the donuts and I walk back and I'm appreciating the whole the whole walk, the whole experience of everything. And I'm looking out on some little ponds that I pass, some bodies of water, and I'm looking at some grass, and I'm just looking at trees and just really feeling how alone I am and how wonderful it is. It is that feeling of a supermarket at 2 a.m. But even better sometimes. Because a supermarket at 2 a.m, you are dealing with the employees, which is part of the charm of it, that you have employees who are listening to music and just not giving a fuck and swearing, and they're wonderful and great. And you can just take your time picking out your groceries. But here it's a different kind of calm. Maybe one that I prefer, where I really am so alone. I am safe. I can carry my pepper spray and my taser, and I can be ready to fight, but I don't have to be like I've been in the past. And I get home, and the donuts are some of the best I've ever had. There's one in particular, there's two in particular that are just the best. Because this is the time you want to try them. But before, I think I had talked in one of these logs about how I got a donut from this place. But it was like 30 minutes to closing, you know? The donut places that are open for like 5 or 6 hours a day. And then you go in there like an hour after they've opened. Oh, the best. It melts in your mouth. It's delicious. It's so good. And it tastes better. Maybe because of the discoveries that I've had. Had a lot of mental growth over a 20-minute walk. You know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. My sleep schedule is ass fuck backwards. It is 7 a.m. right now, and I don't know when I'll be getting to sleep. And that's great, because I can have these experiences of walking. Day 63. It's so cool that I have the best relationship with my pubes now than I ever have. Like, before, never quite felt right. Obviously, pre-transition didn't feel right for another reason. You know, I was like, it was like a void. I didn't really use it for anything because nothing felt good for it, you know, during sex. With women, I would just make them feel good. I didn't want them to do anything to me because I couldn't orgasm. So like, you know, no point. I just liked making people feel good. And I'm grateful for that time because it taught me selflessness. And I think if I could come, I'd be more selfish in bed because I was a fuckboy. And then when I went on T and I grew my T dick, I shaved my pubes just because like my dick was an inch erect. So I wanted to be able to see the most of it that I could. And also give people who were like sucking it the best view and not have hair get in their mouth or in the way or anything, you know, but it still never quite felt right. And it was a weird combination because like I wanted the most hair on my body possible, but I also wanted to see my dick. So I shaved the area where my dick was, but not my legs or not the pubes that are near the legs. So it was a weird, like, I'm sure other trans dudes who've been on T can relate to this because like you don't want to be hairless. At least I didn't, because like, yeah, I don't know. It was a weird thing. It was a weird combination. It didn't resemble anything. And now they're grown out and they surround my dick and it looks great and it feels great. It's like the most gender euphoria I've ever felt in my life is just seeing like a little bush of pubes and then a dick sticking out of it. And it is great that the pubes do hide whatever scarring there would be. I can't even tell if there is any. I have to like brush it aside to like really see if there's any. And it doesn't matter because it's like it's all hidden. And the same with the scar from the vaginectomy on my right side. It's, you know, there's just a teeny tiny bit of the scar that pops out that isn't surrounded by pube, but like it's all hidden. So it looks great. Same with my balls. I've said this before, but I love how fuzzy my balls are. I love it. It all looks and feels really good. I did 15 dumbbell curls today. I'm just going to do a little bit of exercise every day. Just one tiny bit of exercise. Before it was like one set of push-ups. And today it's one dumbbell curl set. Feels really good. I can't wait to work out for realsies. My junk's really been hurting the last few hours, and I assume it's because big heals are happening. So I don't mind one bit. Bring on the pain if it means healing is happening. it seems like things get worse before they get better. Like consistently, whenever I'm feeling big pain, I get a big reward a few days later. Oof, okay, it's been a few hours. My junk is still hurting. I can tell big heals are happening. I'm feeling much more of my dick than I did before. This fucking rules. I take an anxiety pill simply because I know it'll make me sleepy, and I'll be a sleepy little guy, and I'll sleep through the majority of this pain. Plus, it'd be nice to just get some consistent sleep. I wake up after 5 hours and then I try to go back to sleep and I have to pee, and it's a whole process. So yeah, this is good. I had sent pictures of my arm to the Crane Center to see if I could start using silicone gel sheets on it, and I got a message back saying yes. So I use Kilo Coat on the outlines of my scars, and then I plan on using the gel sheets tonight when I go to bed. Gonna put them on and then put a sleeve over it to hold them in place. And then I'm going to sleep with them. At least I'm sleeping with something right now. I'm so horny. The cold weather is coming this week. I went to the grocery store to get more chicken tenderloins, but they were out. And that's like a staple of my diet. That's a great sign. Everything's fine. There's not a raging pandemic and a shortage of employees because they are all getting sick and no one's taking care of them. I got a bunch of frozen fruit for smoothies while I was out. Everything's fine. I'll check to see if there's more chicken tomorrow, or maybe I might have to wait. We'll see. Day 64, I do 15 dumbbell curls. A little earlier, I was feeling kind of shitty because I lost some money on a thing that I wasn't able to get refunded. Basically, people ripped me off and I spent too long before calling my bank. But it's a long story, but basically there was nothing we could do about it. And that sucks. But then I got a call from my girlfriend, and that was really nice because we just talked and caught up. She's having a baby soon. Her wife is pregnant. And like, I'm not back in Philly, so I don't have any time recognition of when baby happening, and she was telling me about it, and I was like, oh, so like she's super pregnant, and she was like, yeah, super pregnant, like gonna pop any day now, and that's so exciting. I get to be cool Uncle Jesse and cause shenanigans and wear a leather jacket. I forget Full House. She's off, like, hooking up with people and having adventures while we can before the baby comes. And I'm really happy for her. And, we've talked about, we didn't really go in depth about partner stuff because we don't usually do that. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I hooked up with some people before surgery and they texted me to check in. So that's nice. And I, told her about me jerking off too hard, so I'm not able to have sex for a bit, but I'm excited to do it when I can. And she was like, yeah, that's a Jesse injury. A little later, I was experiencing some pain in my heart, and sometimes that just happens. And I get scared every time because I'm like, am I on too high a dose of tea? What is happening here? But then it kind of jogged my memory of like, hey, you never really check to see if you're taking too much zinc. So I finally just Googled it and I was like, hey, can you overdose on zinc? And the internet was like, yeah, you can actually. So I'm taking the zinc pill out of rotation of my daily vitamins. And also I'm taking one less of the recovery vitamins. Because 40 milligrams should be a high amount of zinc, and zinc poisoning can happen at more than 50 milligrams. So I did the math and I'm getting 40 now, and you also get some from food and stuff. So I was probably taking, let's see, like 60 milligrams plus 50. Yeah, I was basically taking twice, maybe more than, twice. I'm bad at math, but I was taking more than twice the amount of zinc that I should need daily. And I do want to do high vitamin C and high zinc, but I don't want to overdose on zinc because that'd be a stupid way. Can you imagine if I died from a zinc overdose? I want to die from something cool, man. I'm here, I get my penis, and then I take too much zinc. Boring. Let me like save someone from a fire or some shit. And y'all are seeing this in the future. So if that is how I died, hell yeah, I'm happy about that. I woke up from sleep and I had sweat through some of the Care sheet. Like, I don't know. I also need to cut it to fit because the skin looks dry where it was on regular skin and not the skin graft. But yeah, I sweat through it. There was like sweat that was coming down my arm. And that's no, well, I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. Is it supposed to be sweating? Is it like pulling bad toxins out? I don't know how this works. Oh, and also going back to the zinc stuff, having too much zinc can hurt you absorbing other shit like iron and copper. So that's a fun fact. I stepped on a tiny piece of glass in my bathroom, and that was enough to make me vacuum the whole place. Which you should, I guess. I've never dropped glass in a bathroom before, but I didn't think about like, oh, maybe I should, clean. I should vacuum the floor rather than just brooming it up like I did. Urine only comes out of my ball sack once a day. The space underneath the dick that's getting wet, I can't tell if it's the suture line or the ball sack, but the suture line does feel more healed. It feels more solid. So everything's coming along. Day 65, I do 12 push-ups. My wrist is a little stiff. I stretched it a bit. There's tiny breaks in the skin graft, but it's like barely there. Like a tiny amount of red is popping out, but it's not like bleeding. I think it's just the graft being like, okay, we're fine, and like holding. So I let myself rest until I feel like doing more push-ups, but I want to like start getting more consistent. And I end up doing a lot of working out. I do 120 push-ups, 25 calf raises, 60 dumbbell curls, and 2 sets of 20 wood chops each side. The little bits of red happened in the first 2 sets of my workout and then didn't bother me again. And oh my God, it feels so good to give my muscles a pump. I went to the bathroom during it because I just wanted to check on everything down below. Everything is normal. I pee and I'm like, did my fistula explode? Am I dying? But everything is normal. Chugged some protein, took a shower. Back hurts, rightfully so. It's my first workout in 2 damn months. And then I walk to the grocery store and I see if they have chicken now. The winter storm's about to happen, so I want to make sure I'm stocked up. No tenderloins. The grocery store is still bare bones. There's a lot of employees there because it was like 6 a.m. when it had just opened. And there's 1 package of chicken breast, and I take it, and I'm like, fuck. Well, this is it. We're just this is what a grocery store would look like in the middle of a pandemic, right before a winter storm. So I'm so fortunate that I got that chicken breast. I walk back home and I realize I'm up to walking to get some donuts. It's my last chance to pick them up before the storm. I pass lots of kids waiting for different buses, and feels so good that I don't have to get on that bus, not just because, trauma associated with school in general, just being trans and autistic. School was not fucking fun for me. Undiagnosed autistic, actually. Yeah, like even more of a reason that school sucked was like, it would be enough people knowing that I am on the spectrum and me having to like suffer through getting extra help and all that shit. But instead it was like, no, you're supposed to be good at these things and you're not. So you're a bad student and we're going to give you all C's and we're going to fail you in a lot of stuff and make you transfer to a public high school your senior year of high school. And school is fun. But also just that I don't have to go during this fucking pandemic. Like, I can't imagine what the kids are going through right now. Like, being forced to be in close proximity with also, like, other, like, dumb kids. I don't know how many aren't wearing masks or if it's required. I don't know if it's required or, like, whatever is happening. It's Texas, and there were some things going on where parents were like, we should let our kids die. It's fine. So I don't know what's happening, but I'm glad I don't have to deal with it. It's funny, though. I look like one of them just walking with my backpack, I look young, and I feel like some of them thought I was going to stop at the bus with them, but then I kept walking. I get to my donut place. There are clearly two signs on the door that say to wear a mask, and the woman in front of me doesn't wear one. I keep my distance while she's getting her donuts or whatever the fuck her. The family who owns the store is Asian, and I can only imagine they don't want to get hate crimed or screamed at if they try to enforce masks. So she's just like silently dealing with it and getting the woman's donuts. And I'm furious, but whatever. When it's my turn, I'm very polite and I ask for my donuts and I know what I want. And she packs up my stuff like great and puts it in a bag for me. which is nice. She didn't have to provide a second bag, but that was nice. And she gives me some bonus mini donuts. And I think she appreciates me, wearing a mask and being nice. And I appreciate her. So that's nice. Sometimes the world is good. There's always going to be assholes in the world, or people who just don't care about other people or other people's feelings. But it's nice when you find, someone who is like you. I get back and I had lots of exercise today. Holy shit. My taint hurts a little. I take another ibuprofen just to feel a little better. I go to sleep and then I woke up to another wet spot on my arm guard. It might not be sweat like I thought. Is it bad stuff leaving the skin graft? Like unwanted moisture being pulled out? I folded it up so the wet patch wouldn't annoy me, but now it's still dripping. So I got to pull it back down. I wake up, later, and when I take it off, there's like orange stuff and covering my arm, and it was there yesterday too. I'm gonna just stop doing the Sikacare sheets for a few days. I'm gonna just stop doing the Sikacare sheets for a few days just to see if it helps. I sent the Crane Center a message just to check because, a couple days ago, I had to ask them if I could start the sheets because my arm is, healed. So I took pictures. And so I was able to compare those pictures from a few days ago to right now. And there's some red, where there wasn't before. So I'm just going to stop for a bit and we'll see what they say. I also have a little allergic reaction on my stomach. I don't know what that's from. I was trying to think of did the orange stuff drip and then go on my stomach? And that's not good. I don't know. I'll just keep an eye on it. I had a package arrive in my mailbox and it's raining right now. It's 7-ish p.m. and the rain is supposed to turn into snow and it's going to be a whole thing. So I need to get out there, get my package before it gets worse. So I go out with an umbrella and, sweatpants and 3 layers and I get my stuff and I only slightly soak my shoes, but it's fine. Because I'm going to, usually when you're out and you step in a big puddle, you're like, fuck. Because, mentally you're like, now I have to deal with this until I get home. I'm going to have to deal with wet shoes and wet socks. But luckily I was only going out to get the mail. So I got home and I was able to take everything off and I wasn't worried about it. So yeah. And going outside is sometimes good because you have more appreciation for being inside where it's warm. My left arm is sore from the workout and it's still leaking orange. So I think it was a good call that I should stop the sheets. Thinking about it, urine through the ball sack, I don't think it's happened in 24 hours. It might be done. I hope so. That would be nice. It's still a little wet where the dick incision is, when I pee. But, that's expected because they said to give it a couple weeks for the incision to stop leaking pee, and it hasn't been a couple weeks. On Sunday, it'll be a couple weeks, and it's Wednesday now. Or technically, is this the log for? Yeah, it's Wednesday. I was trying to think. It's we've got a couple hours until the next day. So yeah, we've got a couple days until they said I could start jerking off again. And I'm like, I'm going to wait a whole month. I hopefully will wait a whole month. We'll see what happens with my dong. Day 66, laid down for a bit. A few hours later, allergic reaction basically gone. I wish I could get drunk. I wish I could have sex. I wish I could jerk off, but I have soup that I made and it's perfect. And you know what? That's okay. Skin graft feels tight. It itches, but I can't itch it. It's supposed to be numb. Might be as a result from the damage the Sikacare sheets did. An anxiety pill helps me forget about it. My arm seems to be calming down a few hours later. Pill makes me super sleepy. I go to sleep for hours. When I wake up, it's 9 a.m., a normal time for humans to be awake. I get 2 emails. One is about the smoothies that I thought I canceled, but I guess I didn't cancel my last shipment in time because I put my account on hold and they were like, hey, good news, your smoothies are on the way. And I'm like, hey, that's no good, but all right, it's fine. I guess I'm just getting some smoothies that I didn't want. Sometimes you just can't help it. And you know what? That's fine. And then the other email is from the Crane Center. Jesse, it appears that you've had a reaction to the silicone sheets. Stop using them and start taking Benadryl 25 milligrams every 6 hours to see if this helps improve the redness. If you notice the rash getting worse over the next few days after starting Benadryl, please schedule an appointment with your PCP to be evaluated. We recommend that you use silicone gel and not the sheet, or even use a silicone sleeve. Can be purchased on Amazon. I recommend that you wait for a month to allow more time for healing and to allow the rash to go away. If you do resume using silicone, try only applying it to a small area on your arm for a few days just to see if you develop a rash again. So there's my answer. I'm not crazy. It's something as bad is happening. I get up and take Benadryl. Okay, so theory time. My arm wasn't breaking open and hurting from working out. It was weak because of the allergic reaction. And of course it's going to break when it's at its weakened state. And that makes sense because the allergic reaction on my stomach is on the left side, and it's also worse again this morning. That explains why I felt like I wanted to itch my skin graft. That had never happened before, and it also felt tighter than I remember. I asked if I should also stop using Tamanu oil while it calms down, and she said stop everything so we can make sure you know what's causing the rash. Man, okay. I realized I should wash my arm. And then I realized the allergic reaction is all up it, not just on the graft site. It has traveled up my arm. Okay, it's go time. I take all my towels and sheets and wash them. I take an anxiety pill. I know I have a set amount of time until I start freaking out a tiny bit. Yep, my arm burns and tingles. I want to itch. I do where I'm able, like super gently, or rather trick my brain into thinking I'm itching. Just by like gently rubbing or little taps or whatever. A lot of your brain being stronger than your body is this, just convincing it of things. Be like, hey, you wouldn't even know something was going on unless someone told you. You'd just be here, slightly annoyed at your arm and vibing. Let's go back to that. The arm graft is wet after I dry it. Like I wash it and I dry it, and then my arm graft, it's wet. And I dry it with a paper towel. I realized that's what I thought the sweat was. It's like an orange liquid coming out of the graft. Fuck, it's itchy. I put new sheets on my bed. There's snow outside. I heard the rain hitting my window on and off all night. Making a smoothie. Strawberries. I popped 2 Oreos in there, and it's a great decision. Oh boy, I'm high. The pill is working. I can feel it kicking in. Getting more sleepy. It's been tough typing. I need to retype some things. I just sleep so much. Am I really going to sleep again? I thought that like if I slept a bunch and then took the pill that it wouldn't make me as sleepy as it usually does. Because it's like, oh, full up on sleep. But nope, just more sleep? Okay. I don't want to sleep more, but it's probably good for me. If I can knock myself out, I'll fast pass through all this unpleasantness. I sleep on and off from 11:30 a.m. until 9 p.m. Perfect. Wow. My arm still looks bad to me, but comparing pictures to now, it appears about 15% better. I'll take it. Oh, it's so itchy. It was a good call to change my sheets. I keep leaking orange. I checked the bathroom mirror, and the allergic reaction on my stomach has now spread more. Now it's all across my side. Bumps on my arm itch like a motherfucker. At least it's not like I had to deal with... At least it's not like what I had to deal with the skin graft for my leg, you know? But... at least I'm ready for it. Yeah. You know what? I'm ready for it. Come get me, bitch. Luckily, I'm able to do something about it, unlike with the leg graft when it was itching. I put cortisone cream on the spots. They're being a real motherfucker, as none of them are on the actual graft. Luckily, the graft is still numb enough that I know that it itches, but it's not bothering me. My arm is covered in hardened orange crystals. When the orange leaks out of my graft, it hardens. Oh boy. Day 67. I put cortisone cream on the parts that are super itchy since they're not the skin graft. At least it's not when my leg was itching. I know I said that before, but I'm thinking it again. Urine is coming out of the ball sack. Guess it hasn't stopped yet. It's annoying, but like, at least I can eat without pain. At least I'm not focused on my dick anymore. At least I'm not walking around in ABD pads. I've been through so much shit the last couple months that this is fine. I'm realizing now that the skin graft on my arm probably feels tight because there's hardened orange stuff on it. I'm also realizing I'm depressed because I'm trying to sleep as much as I can and waste away the recovery time so that I'm unconscious for as much as possible. The hives on my arm are so fucking itchy. I can't take it. What the fuck? God damn it.
Okay, so I just got out of the shower because I thought maybe, hot water and like washing my skin graft off would help it not itch so terribly bad. And I've realized I have more hives than I thought. So I held up my arm like this, and as you can see, it's all down the length of my arm, starting at my wrist. It goes all the way down. There are tiny red dots. And then we also have the stomach area right here. Yeah, it is, it's really popping off. It originally started on my stomach like here and here, and it was very light. And then we've got, all the way down the arm here. Yeah, it sucks. A couple days ago, I thought I felt some bumps right here on my neck, and I thought I was just getting acne because sometimes I get acne there, but it hasn't been a long ass time, and usually it's from stress. And I was like, well, maybe I've been stressed lately because of the graft or surgery or something. But now in the shower, I realized like, oh, this is the hives also. So I don't even know if you can see, because I can't turn around to see if you're seeing, but there are hives on my neck as well. So it is the left side of my body is just breaking out, and it fucking sucks. It sucks real bad. I'm so itchy. But luckily I can put cortisone cream on some of the spots that are not the skin graft. I don't know if I could put it on the skin graft, but like I'm fine not putting it. I'd rather not risk it. Because it's covered in like a chrysalis, like an orange substance that has hardened. And yeah, it sucks. There's an update on that though. Let me show you what it looks like real quick. So there it is. It's kind of, orangish in color, and if you were to touch it, it would be like hard. And I'm really fortunate that I have the previous day's photos to compare it to, because otherwise I might be like, oh, I don't know, is it a different color? And you can see there's a little wet spot right there. It's like it oozes stuff sometimes, and maybe it's because I just got out of the shower, but it oozes like an orange. When I went to just lay down in my bed, I found whatever this touches, it's orange, and it turns hard. And it like stains whatever it is. Like it's a thick boy. It's hard, and that's what was dripping what I thought was sweat onto the armband that I had. Because I went to lay down in the bed, like I was saying, and there was like a few drops of orange that were hardened on my sheets. And I was like, you know what? It's a good thing that we asked our doctor. Because I don't know shit about fuck. I don't know if it's supposed to be happening. I mean, another trans dude did this and he was fine, and he did it for a month, and it really helped with his scar improvement. So maybe I just don't know what it's supposed to look like when it's healing, An update for you there. I'm very itchy.
Cortisone cream on afterwards. Feel so much better. Able to watch Jessica Jones and forget about it. I'm still on my rewatch of Marvel stuff. The edge of my wrist is bleeding, but comparing pics after 24 hours of Benadryl, it's definitely better. I get super itchy again. I remember the cortisone cream says to apply it 3 to 4 times a day. I wash off my arm and stomach and reapply the cream. I panic a little. I look up urgent care. I consider calling my doctor and seeing if they have any openings for today, and then remember the instructions. They said, if you notice the rash getting worse over the next few days after starting Benadryl, please schedule an appointment with your PCP to be evaluated. I look at the top of my graft. It does look better after 24 hours. I look at the other side. It does look better. Better, quote unquote, better. I think I'm just going to feel shitty for a couple days. I'm not allergic to anything. This sucks. I take an anxiety pill knowing it'll knock me out. I need to take my advice from the leg skin graft. I can't be awake for this. It's agony. So much of my body is covered in hives. I set an alarm for my Benadryl. I wake up later. Arm seems better. Nothing oozing at the moment. I can see a spot where orange leaked out and hardened. Arm and wrist feel way more flexible today. Doesn't itch as much. We'll see if it lasts when I get up and start moving around. Day 68. I was supposed to get my hair dyed Sunday in preparation to film a thing on Tuesday, but I canceled the appointment. I want to give my body time to calm down. I let people know, hey, I'm maybe going through an allergic reaction thing. I don't think can we reschedule it? And luckily it is the shoot that is the easiest to reschedule. I don't even need cortisone cream though now, at least. Like I could if I wanted to. It's a teensy bit itchy, but I forget about it as soon as I start working on stuff. The bumps are visible. That's the main thing where we can't really film if I'm covered in hives. But they are, they're less vibrant today. I want to work out, so let's ease into it. I take pictures of my entire arm from different angles beforehand. I want to check the status of the graft after every exercise. I don't know why the picture looks way worse than reality. It's like much more red in the picture than it is in real life. The graft leaks a tiny bit after the first few exercises. Literally only the bottom of the graft is giving me any trouble. The top hasn't leaked at all. Yeah, comparing pics, the edges of my graft look much better. Like oil didn't give me any reaction the whole week I was using it. And I know for sure it's just the silicone sheets that gave me the reaction, because the silicone gel that I used on the edges, as I just said, the edges of the graft look great. So that's good. My graft doesn't leak after the first set. Okay, as soon as I say that the top part isn't giving me issue, it's starting to leak a tiny bit. These are the exercises that I did. I feel absolutely amazing from working out. Oh, I do so good. I take a nap after my shower. After an hour or so of waking up, I'm moody and itchy. It's a side effect of taking Benadryl every 6 hours, maybe. I snap myself out of it by working on the Valentine's Day video. My stomach itches, and that makes me realize something might be up. I lift it, and hives are on my stomach now, like hives. Okay, I think I should go to urgent care. No, we don't have money to go to urgent care. Let's wait 20 minutes and see if it gets better because you just had your Benadryl. Okay, half an hour's gone by. We should go to urgent care. It's gotten worse. Even if it's not by a lot, the instructions were to go if it gets worse. I walk there. My taint hurts, which makes sense because I worked out and it's almost time for my ibuprofen. I get really nervous on the way there because I'm used to going places when it's like the dead of night or super, super early in the morning so I don't have to deal with people. And right now I'm going to an urgent care at like 10 in the morning on a Saturday. Is it going to be packed? Are there going to are there going to be people with COVID in there? I'm getting a little nervous. But I get there and it's just me and another guy in line and, the person who's at the computer desk thing to take in people. And the guy in front of me, I don't mean to eavesdrop, but I am like right there and I take a seat so I can hear what they're saying. They're right in front of me. And the guy's copay is $185 and he can't afford it and he has to leave. And I'm like, okay, if I have to, I have to. I convince myself back and forth. I convince myself multiple times, like maybe I should just leave. I don't know. But the thing is, I keep forgetting that I have insurance now. I am used to my blood pressure medicine being $300 a month. I'm used to paying hundreds of dollars to go to urgent care, but they put in all my info and my copay is $40. And I'm like, okay, that's a chunk of change, but I can do it. That's way better than I thought it was going to be. And she says on my card, it says it should be $30, but the computer's telling her 40. So she says that I should call my insurance and see if they can give me a refund. So even better, we'll see. I'm just so grateful to be here. She's putting in my info and she asks if I'm Hispanic. And that's very nice. I'm still not used to that. And like, I'm so tickled by it and excited by it that I'm like, did you guess? And she was like, I can't totally tell with the mask on, but you do look it. So I'm like, I feel so good. Every time I wear my BoJack Horseman shirt, a girl always points it out and it makes them very happy. I like that. Nurses, postal workers, grocery store employees, every time. Hospital things and doctors are tricky because I've talked about my experiences and I don't want to be discriminated against because I'm trans, but I do want to give them enough information because if you don't, then something bad might happen because they're a doctor. They're supposed to take care of you, but anyway, eventually it gets to the point where I do have to tell them about the fallow, but like every time there are two different people that I have to, because I have to explain the skin graft, And I started by just saying that I had surgery in November, and eventually got to the point where, you know, both the nurse and the doctor, they were both seeing me at different times, so they weren't in the same room together. And both times I said stage 1 phalloplasty, and they were like, oh, okay. And knew what it was. Like, that's just incredible to me that a doctor knows a doctor procedure. Like, at this point, I'm just expecting, like, to be treated like an alien, and, you know, it feels shitty. So I was very surprised, and that was very cool. But we talk about it, and yeah, my hand, both of them point out that my hand is a little swollen, and I was going to say, yeah, from the graft, you know, but then, like, comparing it, it does look a little more swollen than even it was before. And I think that's because the little island of not skin graft skin that goes up my arm, it's being cut off a little bit because the hives are happening at the top here near my wrist. So if you have a dam, you keep adding wood to it, it's going to get more and more clogged. Just like my voice right now, because I'm congested, because I'm recording these during the winter storm, and it's cold outside. The doctor says that they need to give me a steroid shot in my butt, and she asks if that's okay because of my surgery. And I was like, yeah, I should be able to take steroids, because, like, technically testosterone is a steroid. It's just, you know, not enough to, like, do the effect that a steroid is supposed to do. It's complicated, but yeah, they're gonna give me a shot in my butt, and they're also gonna give me some meds and some cream for the itchiness, and all of it is included in the cost of the visit. And I'm so happy about that. She says they have a vending machine that someone will take me to afterwards to get my meds from, which is great. God, if I had to walk to my pharmacy another hour, like, after this whole ordeal and getting shot in the butt, I'm sure that would not be fun. Before she leaves, I asked the doctor if I made the right call, like, because I kept saying I was going back and forth trying to figure out if I should come. And she was like, yes, you made the right call. If this doesn't clear up, you need to go to the emergency room. And I was like, all right, cool. Hopefully this works. I get the steroid shot in my butt, which was an interesting, I was trying to figure out how to climb up on the table, and I've never laid down on my penis before. It was a whole thing. Then they take me to this fucking futuristic vending machine out in the lobby. It has webcams, and I'm connected to a person who confirms my date of birth and my name and everything. And then she's like, here I'm going to pop up on the screen, like, this thing that you should sign. And if you can take the time to read it if you need to or whatever. And I am a millennial. I do not read the terms and service agreements. So I checked it off. I signed it. She was like, cool, I'm going to connect you to someone who's a pharmacist, and then they'll go over your meds with you. Have a great day. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you too. And then I'm connected to another person in this webcam, and he goes over my meds with me. I'm basically going to be taking these pills where I take them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I take them for a week. And the first week there's 7 pills. And then the first day there are 7 pills. And then the second day there's 6. And then the third day there's 5. And you will go all the way down to 1. And you can either take them at little intervals during, like, meals, or you could just take them all at once at the beginning of the day. And then this little thing opens up, and he's like, you should be getting your meds now. And I'm like, the future is here. Like, this is incredible. Why can this vending machine give me the shot in my butt? Afterwards, I'm out, so I might as well go to the grocery store like I've been meaning to. I need eggs, and I'm so careful with them, and I get them all the way home, and then I'm about to put them in the fridge, and I drop them. So 3 of the eggs crack, but it's enough of a crack that they don't make a mess. It's just like, oh, these are going to go bad if you don't eat them right away. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'm making something that requires 3 eggs. Meant to be. There's some brownies that need to be made at the box mix, and it's because they're expiring soon, and it requires 3 eggs. So I'm like, okay, let's do it. And I'm not a good cook. I'm not a good baker. They don't turn out good. I think I've cooked them too long, or maybe I didn't put it at the right temperature. You know how it's like, dude, 325 for these kind of pans and 350 for these pans. I was using an aluminum disposable pan that I had, and they did not have instructions for that. So I guessed. A couple hours later, after I have some okay brownies, the hives have already started clearing up on my stomach and arm. there's, I would say 10 or 15% have disappeared, which is good. My stomach is still itchy though. The doctor that I saw at urgent care had been like, hey, we're going to give you the steroid shot, but you should follow up with your surgeon just to confirm that it's okay. So I did. I updated them in an email and I got a message back and they said the steroid shot is okay. It won't hurt the graft. And I was like, oh, cool. Thank you. And she felt bad, the person. She's like, geez, I'm so sorry you're going through that. And I was like, yeah, well, the shot it's making a difference. So I'm glad we're taking care of it now. And also just one more question. I'm a little anxious that my arm is just going to look like this. Like I fucked up my skin graft and now it's just going to look like this. Have people gotten allergic reactions before and then their arm has turned out okay? And she was like, yeah, I mean, she didn't say yes. She said like, because you want to be careful giving medical advice like that. You can't really say like, yes, it will definitely get better unless you do know that. But she said everyone's different, we don't know why some people react to it the way that they do. It will heal with time. And I was like, okay, that's all I needed to know. If it's just going to require some time to heal, that's fine. We can do this.
Day 69. Nice. Noticed hives above my skin graft on my wrist. Not as nice. I'm pretty sure that's new. I'm really glad I went to urgent care. Pretty sure the gel wasn't causing an allergic reaction, so that's good. The edges of the scar, as well as the scar line leading from the graft to the crook of my elbow, look lighter. So with the combination of Tamanu oil and using the gel on the edges, this will be fine. Just gonna take time and patience. I need to wait a month for my arm to recover and heal. It's been through a lot. I'm proud of what it's capable of, how well it's healed. Also, this is present Jesse talking. So the last, I want to say logs 53 through 68, I recorded like right after they had happened because I was becoming overwhelmed with how many logs I was taking. I'm like, fuck, this is going to take forever. I got an idea. Smart Jesse coming through. I'll just record 1 log a day. And then that ended up not happening, but I did get through the chunk of them because I did 53 through 68. And I also realized like, I want to record these while I'm in the moment, while I remember. But life happens, and I'm like, this is so much. So I wasn't able to comment before on like, oh God, the Tamanu oil is going to be bad, President Jesse talking. But I'm back now, and I'm here to say, reading these things where I'm like, don't worry, I'm going to wait for a bit and then do the Tamanu oil again. I want to go back and shake Jesse and be like, don't do it, you're allergic and you don't know. You're not allergic to silicone, you are allergic to Tamanu oil. So there's some context for you. Let's continue. After my shower, I can tell my arm is getting better. Just gonna be slow, slow recovery. And because not just the look of it, before it was hard to get soap to stick to my arm. The hardened orange substance was coating it and made it just too rough and too hard for soap to latch onto. I see that some parts of my arm look amazing. Some are barely visible. Some of the graft has a little break in it where I don't know if it'll ever fill back in, but I realize it's so tiny. No one's gonna notice. Like, even in acting projects, there's no way it'll be visible even a tiny bit. It's all gonna heal with time. I find myself repeating that phrase to myself over and over. Because it's true. Every single part of you is going to heal with time. I need to remember what my life experience has been so far. Eventually, I'll get to the point where, you've lived enough life and you're like, I don't care. Like, I've gotten there with so much shit, and even as I think it, I realize, I don't care. What a silly thing it is that we've been made to believe we should care what other people think of us when it comes to like superficial shit. Do we expect to get through this life unscathed, to have no scars or bruises? We have not lived. Have we wasted a life if we haven't had our heart broken, made some mistakes, risked everything for love only to have it thrown back in our faces? Let me also tell you something that I don't think I've mentioned, but I now have enough experience with. You're going to go through feelings of regret. It wasn't even feeling the pain associated with this for me. I can go through endless pain if it's for a purpose. But once you're on the other side and you've had to exist in the uncomfortability, especially right now, being in a pandemic and not being able to go out and experience life, I've gone through little moments of, fuck, was this a mistake? And I can think about it. And I'm like, oh, no, of course it wasn't. You miss being able to come. You don't miss having any junk. You hated it. You hated having any junk. Remember how scared you were of being like sexually assaulted or having to go through an abortion? Like, remember how dysphoric and uncomfortable it was? Even if you were comfortable existing with it, it was because you knew it wouldn't be forever. That's how you were comfortable existing with it. Literally name what you miss about pre-surgery. And the only thing I could think of was that it was easier to come. So, yeah, it's completely normal and expected to go through a big life change and be like, was this a mistake? What am I to question things. And then you just think about it a bit longer and you live with it a bit longer and you're like, oh no, I did this for a reason. I wanted this for a reason. Yes. And especially with something like this, present Jesse talking, absolutely worth it. It's just, you go through some stuff after surgery where you think about shit, and it's fine to think about it. It's fine to miss the concept of something. You know, when you break up with someone, whether it's a sexual or a romantic or a platonic friendship, we long for what we don't have anymore. Sometimes you remember the good times and you're like, oh, was this a mistake? Should I still be with that person? And then you think about it a bit longer and you're like, oh, I feel way better not being around that person. Totally fine, totally expected to go through some growing pains and to think like, oh, you know, did I make a mistake breaking up with this person or whatever? Just live in it, just experience more life, and then you'll realize you wanted this. Sometimes it just takes a bit. My arm feels tight and itches. I finally tried the cream that they gave me at urgent care. I also take an anxiety pill. I don't want to be awake for the pain. I just need to sleep through the meds working. It's a good thing I took the anxiety pill. Some possible side effects of the pills that I'm on from urgent care might make me feel shitty. I remember her saying I should take them with a meal because they can make your stomach upset. I'm not feeling that right now, just a little overall blech-ness. It's been hours and the pill hasn't made me tired. I'm incredibly itchy all over my body. I have to keep stopping myself from itching because some are vulnerable areas, graft sites. The skin graft hurts and is tight, especially at the cinched off part at the top. The little spot that I was nervous about not filling in has already filled itself in. It's only been a few hours. Bodies are incredible. I am so thankful for mine. Day 70. I wake up and my arm looks better than when I went to bed. Everything's like healing. The hives even look less red, like they're disappearing. I feel really good about it. I'm gonna eat some food, take my meds, and work out. I'm guessing there won't be any breakage or leaking now. All of the problem spots have healed and filled in, and I have this gut feeling like it won't leak orange anymore. It looks dry, like it's not capable of it. I know my wrist is going to be stiff, so I do just 2 small PT exercises to loosen it up. The small spot that needed to heal bleeds a little, like for exactly 8 seconds, and then it's done. I keep dabbing it. My leg graft has been itchy the last few days. I thought it was because of my allergic reaction, just making my whole body feel itchy, but I notice now that my leg graft has gotten darker in color. It's healing, so it's itching from the nerves waking up and doing their thing. Hell yeah. After my first set of push-ups, the spot doesn't bleed. Nothing oozes. Fuck yeah. I can also feel that I'm stronger now. The past 2 workouts I struggled to do 12 push-ups for the first exercise of the day, and I did 15, no problemo this time. Working out with no pre-workout has been powerful and humbling. I know I don't really get addicted to substances, but there was a part of me that was paranoid that I needed it to work out, since people talk about how addictive it is. But I'm good. The endorphins are what I get off on. I do dumbbell curls. I feel so strong. This fucking rules. This is the workout that I was doing. While working out, I itch my left hand, and I feel like I've gained more feeling in some parts where there wasn't before, like near my thumb. I did my first pull-ups! I remember creatine is good for muscle building. I should probably get some in there. I make a mix of creatine and half a dose of pre-workout. Caffeine isn't good for the arm because it dehydrates you, but if I'm constantly hydrating, then, you know, I should be good, in theory. I'm losing steam a little. My muscles have atrophied, whether I like it or not. It's not huge, but if I was at full speed, I'd be able to bust through this. I'd be able to get the work done. I can muscle through an okay workout, or I can take another half portion of pre-workout to get the exercise done that I want to. I take the pre-workout. If I want to see results, I need to put the work in. I'm so fucking happy. I missed being in my element. I'm watching a horror movie and working out. I'm feeling nostalgic for bodega food. In Brooklyn, I had a bodega like right below, and I would kill for some like lamb and rice right now. I haven't had pre-workout in my body for months, and so my tolerance is down. I'm getting the shits, which I'm strangely happy about. I am in love with my body again. This is what I needed. I needed to I needed to feel like myself again. That's it. You know, I'm most myself when I'm able to pump some iron, really feel myself, and this is the most myself I've ever felt. You know, because changing your body and changing your mind and getting more in tune with who you are as a person, you're constantly a puzzle that you're rearranging and putting pieces back together and shit. So right now in this moment, I have to be the most I've ever felt myself. I go to the grocery store and urgent care calls to check in, which is nice. I didn't expect urgent care to call in. They're very nice. It's insane how much better my mental health is now that I'm working out again. Was that all it took? Damn. Am I really that basic? Just need to watch some Top Gun and pump some iron and fuck some pussy. I don't know. How am I supposed to talk? I'm so appreciative of my arm graph now. Like, fuck. My taint is barely bleeding nowadays. I put cortisone cream on my arm in the crook of the elbow. I put cortisone cream on my arm in the crook of the elbow, but it's still itching like a motherfucker. Day 71. I jerk off. Pretty great. I do it gentle. I feel around, get to know what I want to do before I do it. Until I'm totally healed, I might just jerk off once every week or two. You know, that's the trick, is just taking it easy, not doing it too much. I pee. No urine abnormality. It's nice to see cum coming out of my dick again. The allergic reaction is 5% better than yesterday. It's really improved on my stomach noticeably. 5 hours later, I'm so itchy. Fuck. I take a shower, desperate to feel better. The skin graft looks better, but the bad stuff is peeling off. I lift apart and feel pain, which I'm obviously not supposed to. So that's not great. Nothing's bleeding though. It just needs time to heal itself. I feel for it. It's trying to make new tissue while also purging bad stuff out. You're working hard. I can tell it's healing because soap is sticking to my arm better now. I put cortisone cream everywhere. It isn't enough. I can tell I'm technically better than yesterday, but I'm in so much uncomfortability. I'm so uncomfortable. But mind over matter. I take an anxiety pill and a Tylenol. I need to get food in me and knock myself out so I don't have to feel this shit. It's a lot. I'm in so much pain. It hurts so much. It's my whole arm at this point. It's moved on to my whole hand, basically. My whole fist itches and burns. It's swollen. I freak out for a minute, but then I'm good. Which is a good thing about testosterone. At least what it's done to my body. It doesn't really allow me to freak out. If I'm mad, I'm real mad for like a minute, and then I'm good. I would like to stop itching, please. My taint itches. It's had a few moments throughout the day of itching. My right hand itches. My neck itches. Everything itches. The pill is kicking in. I know I'll be tired enough to sleep soon. I only have myself. I am here alone. I don't know if I'll have to go to the hospital by myself. I'm only now considering I could ask a friend for a ride. I am alone because I have made myself alone. And that's okay. I can't film the Valentine's Day video. I'm too itchy. I can't Twitch stream. I'm too itchy. I can work on my show, though. I could prepare and think and put gears into motion. Day 72. I wake up. I can work out. I get some food, I take the meds, and get to work. After my workout, I notice the red hives near my wrist are noticeably better. It's been hours after my workout, and I haven't had to put cortisone cream on. The yellow stuff is peeling off my arm. It's molting and healing. I lay down to sleep. The itchiness starting to come back. Nothing compared to yesterday, though. The only times I've had blood on my taint, blood on your taint, it's been bright red, and after working out, and by that I mean that it is bright red, and after working out, that's the times that I've had blood on my taint, which is interesting. I guess it's the effort. I'm having trouble laying down on my side, getting comfy with my dick and balls. Eventually, we'll get there. I wake up, the itchiness is 5% more there. Day 73. I wake up, and before I've turned on the lights, I think, okay, my arm was objectively better yesterday than the day before, because I didn't have to put any cortisone cream on it, you know? Even though it got itchy towards the end, when it was time to sleep, it was technically better. I turn on the light and look at my arm, and the redness is way down on the crook of my elbow. Holy shit. The hives near my wrist are much less visible, too. I can't really see them. I only know they're there because it itches a little. My dick and balls hurt so bad, I couldn't get comfy rolling around, which makes sense. I've been working out, so they're probably knocking around each other. They're bumping into each other, being like, oh, excuse me. Oh, I didn't know you were here. I take an ibuprofen for my dick and balls since I'm 2 hours away from more. My left hand feels and looks less swollen. I do a PT exercise to stretch my wrists, and a small spot on my graft bleeds a little near the middle. I'm sore, but I love that I'm feeling so much of my penis. I jerk off, still sore, but I'm too distracted. I was massively depressed and spiraling, but I had a call with my mom, and she was like, oh, steroids make you depressed. You know that, right? Because, my mom was on steroids, healing from for chemo stuff. I don't know how that works, but they had to put her on a steroid. And I'm like, oh fuck, yeah, that makes sense. I react to things like that. My body is sensitive to medicines and stuff. So yeah, okay, I'm not sad. As soon as the steroids get out of my system, I will feel infinitely better. And that, future Jesse talking, yes, it was the steroids. I was not, actually depressed. It was the steroids. And that conversation makes me feel so much better. I am happy and back to myself for a good few hours. But then I cannot get out of my rut. I'm in such a sour mood. I force myself to shower because I desperately have to. But then afterwards I climb into bed and lay down. I gotta put the baby down to sleep if he's not gonna be good. If you're gonna be cranky, let's just go to bed. You'll feel better after a nap. Sourpuss. Day 74. Let's mix it up a bit. How am I gonna say it next time? I don't know. Fuck. Should I just do it over? Day 74. Now I can't force it. You know what? Fuck it. That's the intro now. It's day 74. I wake up. The redness on my arm is 10% better. The redness on my stomach is barely there at all now. I noticed the swelling in my hand is down a lot. That rules. I eat some soup. I take my last corticosteroid pill and down my creatine / pre-workout. Here's the workout I did. I know I'm not doing the proper workout. I'm sure people who know what they're doing would scoff at my routine. This isn't a push or a pull. What is happening? What is happening with this workout? I know I'm not doing it right. I've had personal trainers, and I don't know what I'm doing. You just ask me to lift the thing or push the thing, I'll do it. But I don't know. The reaction is still on my arm, so I call urgent care. They say my next move is to ask my PCP or the person who did the skin grafts what I should do next. I call the Creighton Center. I'm gonna give it a few more days. Or I think they say to give it a few more days. Yeah, they recommend adding a histamine blocker, Pepsid AC, and I get the generic version. My penis is sore today. Wowee. Day 75. My penis hurts a lot this morning. I'm really late with taking my ibuprofen. I'm real itchy. I can't tell if the redness has spread to other parts of my body. It looks like it has, but also it could be because I itched my body for relief, so I don't know if it's red from the rash or the reaction or from me itching. Sensitive skin. It's still so weird for my skin wrap to be itchy. I can't wait for that to go away. I shouldn't be able to feel it, I'm sleepy from the lorazepam I took last night to help me sleep. I figured the steroids should be out of me by 4 a.m. today, so I'll only be feeling shitty until then. And I might as well use it to get me there. My arm does look a lot better around 10:30 a.m. when I'm sitting down at my computer. My graft also looks better. It's all starting to form together again. The scales becoming soft and molting off, being replaced by healthy, solid skin. I'm so itchy. There have been spots near my armpits next to my pecs where the skin is red and itchy. It's itchy. It used to happen because I used scented soap to wash and my skin is sensitive, which is why I started just using unscented Dr. Bronner's soap. Recommended by my, well, that soap wasn't recommended by my, the skin specialist I went to see, but he said to stop using scented things. That's why I used the unscented Dr. Bronner's, but then I would still smell bad after my shower. My, ex-partner would be like, you smell bad. I know you're using unscented soaps, but you smell bad. So I started using scented soap on my pits, but only doing it for like 3 seconds and then immediately washing with the unscented soap. Maybe I've been too greedy with the soap, assuming my rash wouldn't come back. I make a note. My mood is really being affected by the steroids and everything else. I just can't seem to get in a good mood. I'm itchy and angry and lethargic. Yesterday, the Crane Center had asked if the Benadryl was making me sleepy, and I said I hadn't noticed, so maybe it's affecting me more than I thought. I just cannot get in a good mood, but I already came today. What more could I possibly want? What more could my body want besides an orgasm? At least I've smelled really good today. My natural musk is finally coming to the forefront, and the smell of healing is disappearing, I should say. I take a shower thinking that will help. I'm so itchy in the shower. I scratch all over. It's mainly my neck area. I know when I get out of the shower, I will be all red. My arm graft looks better and better each day. I record the rest of the Valentine's Day video and I finally get happy. I'm in such a good mood now. My COVID tests from good old shitty Uncle Sam are apparently in my mailbox, so I go to retrieve them. I'm really feeling my penis today. That's very good. Day 76. I wake up feeling really good for the first time in a while. My arm is itchy, but it looks 5% better. 5% doesn't seem like a lot, but if it's every day, it'll add up, and it is. I pee and there's a tiny drip of urine from my ball sack, but it's the smallest that it's ever been. Again, 5% adds up. I do Duolingo and empty my bladder. I'm feeling strong and excited to tackle the day. All my footage is filmed for the Valentine's Day video, and I'm having fun putting it together. I feel like I have my spark for life back now that the steroids are out of my system. I have 3 little spots underneath my left armpit to the left of my nipple, where there appears to be hives or my skin rash. My right armpit, to the upper right of my right pec, it's still broken out, as well as my neck. I wonder if I should put clobetasol cream on it, like I used to when my rash would break out. And there's also the spots near my where I put my T-shots that are covered in hives. The little problem spot on my skin graft that keeps breaking open every few days because of how weak it is, because of the allergic reaction, has broken a tiny bit open just from me rolling around in bed last night. It'll eventually fix itself, I'm sure, but it's good to know that me working out isn't what's, causing it solely. I put clobetasol cream on my right pec area that looks red just to see what'll happen. It's a small area, so it'll be a nice test. Present Jesse talking here. This sentence has auto-corrected, and I'm pretty sure I've guessed what it said. But right now it says, I put clobetasol cream on my right pec area that looks red just to see what will happen. It's a small area, so it'll be a nice restaurant. And I'm fairly certain that's not what I meant to say. My neck itches. I put cortisone cream on my left arm, not on the skin graft, just because I don't want to itch. I smell so good. I'm so glad. The smell of healing and all that other stuff had been there for so long, I didn't know I could smell good. My skin graft doesn't bleed at all during my workout. Later in the night, my red skin on my neck and collarbone have seemingly calmed down. I wonder if it's from the shower. Day 77. It's Valentine's Day. What a lovely coincidence. Day 77, like 7 is one of my favorite numbers, and then you have 2 7s, and it's Valentine's Day. What a loving day it is. But you know what isn't loving is I've been up an extra 5 hours trying to render the fucking Valentine's Day 2022 video. Sometimes this just happens. Sometimes the render will just not work for any real reason, and you just have to keep restarting your computer and trying a fresh render. You can try clearing your cache and your cookies and all that shit. Who knows why it isn't working. I would like to go to bed, so hopefully it works this time. I'm more and more itchy the closer I get to sleep. And I realize maybe it's the histamine blocker that's been helping the redness go down. Maybe? I guess that doesn't work out timing-wise. I don't know, I'm tired. The render failed again. I gotta sleep. It's 3 a.m. I'll try again in the morning. Good morning. My arm looks maybe 3% better. The redness has gone down on my collarbone, but it's still visible. It's really calmed down around my hips. The redness is still around my armpits. I fold up 2 squares of toilet paper and put it on the head of my dick when I'm done peeing to let the rest dribble out. And I forgot that I jerked off before falling asleep last night, and 1,000,000 gallons of cum are in this toilet paper square when I go to take it out. Like, it's so much cum. I replace it. Then 10 minutes later, it's the same situation. Very cool, though. Very cool that I'm producing this much cum. There are hives on my left side where I do my tee shot, so I have to do it on the right side. Day 78. The redness in everything is down today. I'm getting there for sure. I didn't shower yesterday, but that honestly might be good for my skin. Give it a break from the soap for a day. Even though I haven't been doing any scar treatment while I've been recovering from my allergic reaction, time is still passing, so my scars are becoming less prominent. There are 2 in particular that are from the staples they put in my arm to hold the skin graft in place that are so dull, I'm having trouble figuring out if they're still there. I am so fucking happy. I was in Target yesterday just looking around when I realized a couple months ago I couldn't move my left wrist. I could just completely move it without issue now. Made me realize how much fucking progress I made. Holy shit. I didn't know if or when I would be able to move it again, and here I am doing 3 sets of pull-ups during my workouts. I'm so lucky and so happy and so blessed. Day 79. I am feeling so sexy and cool after washing my hair. It gets so fluffy and nice, and this is the longest it's been in a while, with my accompanying longest beard I've ever had. I'm growing them for the filming that we're doing, but I honestly really like it. I'd trim the beard if I had the choice, I think. I don't think I like it this long, but I don't mind it at all. I'm feeling so good, but I've been having nightmares again the last few days. I didn't say anything about it because I didn't think they'd be sticking around. It's so weird that I keep having nightmares about my abuser, about other men who have tried to hurt me, and then I wake up and I'm so dang happy. Like, you'd think it would fuck me up or like be sad or something. I can't go to sleep without at least 3 weapons on me. Watching the 2nd season of The Punisher that I hadn't gotten around to makes me feel like Frank, paranoid and PTSD ridden and needing 8 escape routes at any given time. I went from Matt during my healing phase to Frank, strapping myself to the teeth just to go to the grocery store. Yeah, you'd think it would make me scared or sad in some way, but it's not. I'm just so thankful that that isn't the situation, that when I wake up, I'm really happy. And, I take care of myself just because it's instinct, I guess. I've just, the last couple of years of my life have made it so that that's just my reality. But I'm not like scared about it. I'm not, if you know, I'm not running around being terrified of everything. It's just like, no, I just have to, I should own a gun and I should own these things and I should have a taser on me and pepper spray and just be existing this way. It's really interesting. My feelings are mixed about gun ownership, but I know I'll have one eventually. I'd sleep better. My balls have been sore all morning. I got one of those weird itches last night where I couldn't scratch where it was. It was like inside my balls were itchy, or like inside my taint or something. So I guess this is the point where my musk has returned and my dick smells like a dick. 12 weeks. That's the marker. Well, technically 11 weeks. Like right now we're on our way to 12 weeks, even though it's week 12. Numbers are fucky. I smell so good. I just keep noticing. I think once you have dick surgery, you stop being afraid of things. Yeah. That's what I'm figuring out as we're writing it. My fear receptors are turned off in a big way and they won't turn back on. It's kind of like what's the word? How autistic people, we see things in extremes, like black and white. There's a word for it and I cannot remember what it is. Well, whatever it is. Just this polarized, very much thinking of like, black and white, everything is good all the way or bad all the way. And it was that way when I was like, when I transitioned, when I came out, people were really bad to me and I lost most of my friends in a way where it was like, okay, well, that's just the situation and I don't have any friends. Even though there were people who were kind to me, I couldn't really see them. So it's my danger receptors are just, my fear receptors rather are turned off. And so I'm just like, well, this is just the reality of the situation. So mentally, I'm like, this is the reality of the situation. I must always be ready to be on the defensive and to attack if someone attacks me. And I don't have any friends. And I will just live here in isolation, which is not completely the situation. But once you go through enough shit, the fear receptors just turned off. In the same way that has been turned off for me, where I'm just like, I'm not scared. It's just how life is. I saw a thing the other day that was like, live every day like you're going to die because you are. And that really helped summarize things for me. It's like, yeah, like I don't have time. I don't have time or the bandwidth. I just don't care to deal with stupid people or, like harmful people. I don't care. Any words don't have any power. Why should you care what anyone thinks of you? Because they're also like if a really bad person doesn't like you, okay, I don't understand why we should care. I guess it's not something that I purposefully did. It's fully just testosterone in my body, like, fucking with my brain chemistry and turning off parts of my body that make me give a shit if someone who is ugly and stupid and doesn't have good opinions doesn't like me. Like it's weird. It's like, okay, what is this supposed to affect me in some way? Like you're showing your whole ass. You're showing more reasons why people shouldn't like you. I don't know. Just I'm grateful that this happened without me trying to do any work, basically. I'm glad it just happened. I'm glad it's a brain chemistry thing. Because I don't know how you do this on your own. People ask me all the time about like confidence and like I don't, how do you just not care what people think of you? And again, it just goes back to I'm hopefully not repeating myself too much at this point, but it just does go back to when I was going to transition. I was like, okay, is there literally anything anyone could say or do to you that is worse than what you're feeling right now? And the answer was no. So of course I don't care. Of course I'm just so happy for the first time in my life. I've never experienced happiness before. How it'd be insecure and weird if anything anyone could say to me right now would affect me at all. It's like I'm so excited that I can like stand up without getting faint, like for the first time in my life. Like what a weird thing to care what people think of you. Day 80. The head of my dick is sensitive. I don't want to be too horny, but yeah, I don't know if I could talk about this without being too horny. I keep looking at Speedos and like sexy underwear for dudes where my first thought only lasts for a millisecond, which is, you can't wear that. Oh wait, you can. You can wear that. You can wear that and look hot, which is quickly replaced with, oh, you can't because your dick won't fit in them, which I'm totally fine with. A super cool reason for, not being able to wear a swimsuit. This is the first morning I woke up and looked at the reaction on my arm and thought it had healed enough that it was impressive. My hives are barely there. Lot of cum. Oh boy, so much cum. I forgot I jerked off last night and then went to pee and there was just a ton of cum in my underwear, still coming out of the head of my dick. It took a few minutes to get it under control. I had to change my underwear. I told you. I don't think I can talk about this. Day 80 is very horny. Day 81. Speaking of horny, you're just going to continue this. I've been really feeling my penis and ball sack for the last 24 hours. It's been amazing. Things are waking up. I'm gaining feeling in more areas. Well, the downside of that is I've got another itch, and I can't scratch it. I don't like that. My dick is so sensitive, it's great. I peed on myself twice in the last 24 hours because I have experienced that pee that cis dudes were telling me about, where all of a sudden it will arc backwards 180 degrees and go down your leg for no reason. Makes me wonder how many dudes have peed a little on my fuzzy rug thing I have under my toilet. As someone who only sat before, it was never a concern of mine, and now I get it. I totally get it. I get why the men's restroom can be a mess. Like, it's not guys not knowing how to aim, it's just how penises work. Okay, maybe it's some of the guys not caring. I mean, yeah, if I was raised in that, I wouldn't give a shit. I'd just pee all over the place and be like, who cares? Stupid restaurant employees have to clean it up. I'm better than everyone else. But for the ones that it isn't your fault, I'm so sorry I judged you for so long. It's not your fault. Hey, it's not your fault. I'm wearing my donut underwear. I noticed that my dick is scrunched up a few times, and I got to make sure to straighten it out when I'm sitting. Half an hour later, I'm really into editing and not paying attention. I'm focused on what I'm doing when I feel a big pain in my penis, like it was scrunched up and it hurt because of that. But that couldn't be it. I haven't been able to feel it that much. But then I looked and it was slow building. Yep, the penis is scrunched up and hurts. Holy fuck. Oh, it hurts. Oh, my penis hurt. What a rush. How incredible. I'm so happy. My penis hurts and I'm so happy. Day 82. Khaleesi jumped up to sit on my lap, which is usually not a problem. But she stepped on my dick and it hurts. Ah, God, oh, ow. I'm basically back to regular life with my hand, but I still don't have full mobility in my wrist. Bending it forward, I've got about 60%, and bending it backward, I've got 90%. I do some PT stretching on it, and the underside bleeds in a few small spots. It's barely anything, though. I've been able to tell where the weakest part in my skin graft is, and this kind of confirms it. I was guessing that the spot to the right of the stitch that ran, all the way down it would be weaker than the other places, because it seems like the skin is thinner there. That also seems like the place where the skin keeps breaking. It's teeny tiny, but good to know. I replaced my 12-pound weights with 15 pounds. I do a shorter workout because I go hang out with some friends unexpectedly. Day 83. It's officially been a month since the jerk off whoopsie, which is great because I jerked off a bit before I headed to hang with some buds. I didn't come. I didn't feel like it, which is such a luxury. I don't feel like coming. Usually it's like, I gotta. It's my first time drinking since surgery, and I know not to go too hard. I get to see a bunch of people I haven't in years, and it's really nice. They offered me space to crash for the night, and I attempt to sleep for a bit, but then I realize I need to feed my cat in a few hours, so I eventually get up and lift home. I hung out with another person who had gotten phalloplasty, and it was wild because I'd never met another human IRL who had gone through the same process as me. We talked about surgeons and shit. I talked about stage 2, getting the rod, and they were like, "Damn, I don't get that until stage 3." And I was like, "Yeah, Crane Center only has 2 stages." It was crazy, like an out of body relationship. I met another Scorpio trans person. They go by they them pronouns, who's gotten phalloplasty. I didn't believe them at first. I thought I'd misunderstood at first. They were like, yeah, they were telling us about it, how Jesse had talked about his dick, and I love that for you as someone who's gone through it. And I was like, well, yeah, okay, not like thinking about it. And then I was like, fallow, or, and then they showed me their scar, so damn light by this point because it's been a year since theirs, and I was like, holy shit, no, you actually know what I'm talking about. That's nuts. Day 84. I wake up from drinking. Not that bad. I knew my limits. I drank water. I got food in me while I was drinking. I have a little bit of a headache, but I chug some water and I take 2 ibuprofens, as one does. I remember, the person with the fallow scar saying that theirs gets pink when they drink. They had shown me, and mine hadn't done it, but it was cute and interesting. Wow, we're starting week 13. How amazing. My dick and I are best buds by this point, even if he leaks a little from the ball sack still when we urinate. You're doing great. There was life created where there once wasn't 3 months ago, and that's a bonkers achievement in itself. I had to turn down 2 blowjobs last night. I can't wait until I feel okay getting them. I just remember that my nurse had said to hold off until the fistula was closed, and it is completely now. But the fact that there's still an opening on my scrotum makes me wonder if I can still get an infection. I'm too shy to ask the Crane Center. I've already asked about sex stuff a bit ago. I don't want to just keep being like, this sex thing? What about this sex thing? A light pressure on my balls is good. I jerk off, and it's really good. Not just focused on jerking the penis, I thrust and stimulate the balls on the backswing, and I don't get the pain that I sometimes get afterwards. I use the squatty potty. I recommend it also if you have trouble with shitting. I was gonna say if you have trouble with shit, but actually, yes, literal shit. If you have trouble with it, I recommend the squatty potty. I use the squatty potty without pain or issues, and I realize I am using the squatty potty without pain or issue. Everything is healed so well. I smell so good. I much prefer my musk now to pre-stage 1, which I'm so glad about because I didn't know if my musk would come back, and it's back better than ever, baby. I'm really feeling myself today. I feel confident and sexy, like my dick is fully connected to my body. We're finally synced up to a level that feels as natural as breathing. I pee in the shower. We've talked about that. No shame. I'll go into the same pipes and shit. But every time, since I got my dick, I needed to focus on pissing if I needed to in there, but I got in and just started peeing, as natural as before surgery. I was amazed a few seconds in, realizing that. I jerk off a second time, 5 hours later. Unheard of, even with my T-dick. My endurance after I come was non-existent. It's something I've tried to build up, but I'm usually just one shot and I'm done. If I tried to do it again the same day, I usually get pain. But I get no pain this time. Holy shit. I feel like a fucking stud. My body's really connecting. While peeing, there was enough of a stream that I was able to see more clearly where the urine is coming from my ballsack, It's right in the middle, a little upwards, which made me realize that urine isn't coming from the bottom of my dick. Then maybe it never was, or I don't know. It was getting wet because that ballsack stream is so close to it. I guess we'll never really know. You can't really track that without a doctor, I have never felt so comfortable and happy in my body and brain. My hair is so fluffy and my beard is so fluffy and my dick feels completely synced up and is working how I want and I'm working out. Damn. thinking back, I definitely understand the expect dysphoria to get worse before it gets better, because in the beginning, it was so good. And then it got bad while I was waiting for feeling to start. And then the dysphoria disappeared severely. I think a lot of the pain and a lot of the, trans dudes that hate trans people stuff after phalloplasty happens because they're expecting to have a cisgender penis. Because I did expect that a little bit. I accepted this isn't going to feel like a cisgender penis before surgery. So I was able to get through it. And then once I started connecting with it, I was like, oh, well, maybe it will. And I was expecting it to work like a cisgender penis, and it wasn't. And I would get sad from that. Only once I accepted I'm never going to be cisgender. My penis is never going to be a cis male penis. It's not going to work the same way. And that's okay. We need to let go of that in order to figure out how our dick works. And once I was able to let go of that and figure out how my new body works, I've never been happier, and everything started to connect and really work in the ways. Because I was still feeling dysphoria because I was pushing dysphoria on my body. I was pushing myself to think of my dick as a cisgender penis. And present Jesse talking right now in the future, I'll realize like, oh, I've done it too much where I haven't thought about how cisgender penises work and in relation to mine at all. And so I discover things that cisgender men and people with penises do to stimulate their dick, and it works really well for me. And I hadn't thought about it because I thought of my dick as this whole other creature. So you can go in one way completely, and just make sure you're somewhere in the middle. But yeah, I needed to accept my dick is never going to be a cisgender male penis. And then I was able to, I've never been happier. Everything works so well. I'm just giving you spoilers for the future. I'm having the most fulfilling, amazing orgasms of my life. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I was still pushing myself to be cisgender male. And some trans dudes never get over that. Some trans dudes fucking hate themselves because they're not cisgender men. And they never are able to get over it. And I feel bad for them. But, that's not the way to live life. You can't just hate yourself and hate other trans people because they're not cis. You gotta come to terms with yourself and your mind and your body, and you'll gain enlightenment that you've never experienced before, and you'll find happiness that you've never experienced before. And you'll feel pleasure that you've never experienced before, but only after you let go. And it sucks that some people are never able to do that. Some people never do. They just die mad. And I don't understand it. I don't understand dying mad when there's so much beauty in the world. Day 85, I am over my hangover enough to work out. I've never done the punch across / huggy boys with a dick, that workout from back in the day, in my previous workouts, before surgery. It was tough. I could only do like 5. I'm going to hold off on them. I don't want to hurt anything. It's the first time since the allergic reaction that my skin graft didn't bleed at all when I stretched or worked out. So that confirms that it was just weaker because of the allergic reaction. I already jerked off twice in the last 12 hours, and when I graze my dick, it gets stimulated. Damn, my dick is unbelievable. Its power is unmatched. Pre-surgery, I could come once in 48 hours if I was lucky. And it turns out being in a body that matches your brain and having a proper hookup makes you feel sexy and cool and confident? Who would have thought? And something I'm realizing now, my high pain tolerance is because of endometriosis. When you live every day being pain, you just get a high pain tolerance. And so I'm able to deal with a lot of pain. Might still complain about it, but if I complain, that means it's like intense because nothing phases me. because of just the constant state of pain. All of the different health conditions were mashing up together, and at the core, at the base, endometriosis was making it a shit ton worse. Because, I had a fading condition that's triggered by heat and pain, and what was the third one? Heat, stress, and pain. And I am feeling heat, stress, and pain because of endometriosis, so it triggers my fading condition. All these things tumbling over each other, but yeah, that's what I'm realizing. The hives near my armpits are now reduced to the point where I don't think anyone would visibly notice them. Oh, my dick is in full swing. Jesus Christ, I'm so horny and I have no one to tell. If I call someone over to fuck, I'll be too tempted for them to suck my dick, and I don't know if I can with the possible hole in my ball sack. I have to sit here being horny. I love my dick. I'm feeling it so intensely. I love the potential of who he could be when he's healed up. It's like so weird. It's like having a kid and you love them, but you don't know who they are yet. and now we're connected, now I know that I love him because he's part of me. We crawled for a bit and we're running now. Sentences I never thought I would say in my life. I hate kids with a burning passion. Kids make me so uncomfortable. But I love my penis. I love my penis. It is part of me. We are one. I thought something magical might happen on 2/22/22, and lo and behold, I fell in love with my dick. Day 86. There's a lot of really bad attacks on trans kids today, specifically in Texas. I just want to get fucked if I'm real. I just want someone to come over and tell me that I'm sexy, that I'm desirable. I know I am. I don't need anyone to tell me. But I find myself not knowing what to do in situations like these, where I've already retweeted all of the resources and places people can donate to help. Is there anything tangible I can do? Just be visible and trans? I've always had a lack of empathy for kids. They make me uncomfortable. In situations like these, though, I think about how I was at their age, how knowledge of what trans was would have changed my entire life, how I wouldn't have been so sad all the time or felt so misunderstood and out of place with my body. I almost didn't make it to adulthood as a trans man because I didn't know I was a trans boy. And that's what I understand when people thank me for existing, even though it confused me in the beginning. I get it now that, me succeeding and thriving means so much to so many people. It's bigger than myself. It's not just my life. It's like a projection, me doing shit. Like I just said, I don't, if I had known what trans was as a kid, it would have changed the trajectory of my whole life. And now I'm able to do that for other people just by hanging out and doing my thing. But yeah, it's present Jesse talking. I realize how much I think that I am sexy and awesome and cool, but having sex is something I do for fun, and it helps my, it's like some people go to see movies, some people go to do an activity. I like to have sex. I like someone coming over and making me feel attractive, even though I know I'm attractive. And right now in the story, I haven't realized that yet because I haven't had sex in a while. And, right now in the story, we're a couple, right now while I'm recording this part, I'm almost 2 weeks out from stage 2. And so I haven't had sex in a long while. And I didn't realize how much it was linked to my self-esteem, where I want to have a junk food, I want to hit up one of my fuck buddies and just do a thing, do an activity together. And just like working out, it's the endorphins. So that's why I'm feeling like I want to have sex right now in the story, because I'm I haven't done it in so long, and you will continue to not do it for a while. I'm sorry, Jesse. But yeah, Back to here's the next day. Day 87. Noticeably more of the allergic reaction is gone from my body. One step at a time. We're probably at like 95% recovered now. The skin graft is still just taking its dang time. I figure it will for a while. After my shower, I see that the allergic reaction is still on my stomach, near my left T-shot site, and my arm might have gone backwards in progress. I don't know. Either way, I realize I should still be taking the Benadryl. I'd stopped taking it every 6 hours a few days ago, thinking it was good enough, and not wanting to take more Benadryl than I need for as long as I need, since a friend told me it's linked to bad memory and even early onset Alzheimer's. But I can still take it once a day. For funsies, I try to find my belly button scar, the third scar from stage 0, and legit couldn't find it. I couldn't remember if it was on the top or bottom of my belly button, and pushed away my happy trail and still couldn't find it. I eventually figured out it must have been on the top, but it's very funny that it's so not visible that I had trouble finding it. I've learned that if I have a random pain in my dick, all I have to do is look inside my underwear, and sure enough, it's because the rolled up square of toilet paper is on the tip of my penis. Crazy that I have enough feeling there that hurts it. Day 88. I realize I have just about 5 months until stage 2. How's the time flying by so fast? I guess because I'm happy? Genuinely happy between stages? Makes it go faster, I guess. Plus, I spent a bunch of recovery on drugs and then spent a lot of it sleeping. So that makes sense. That time is passing faster. I'm trying to wean myself off of ibuprofen, but I was just sitting for a bit and got a slow burn pain in my junk near my ballsack. Yeah, okay, I know I should be on 2 ibuprofen and not 1 ibuprofen and a Tylenol. It makes sense because my balls are still healing. Don't worry. Editing the recovery logs, and holy shit, looking at where I was in November is insane. I'm so happy and fortunate. I wake up and realize the allergic reaction is gone from my armpits. They're still itchy, but you can't even tell there was a reaction. There's a little bit left on the left side of my neck, but it's 95% from my shoulders and top of my chest. My bicep is still a little red along with the skin near the bottom of the skin graft, and the skin graft still itches. It does look better every day, though. The hives are 95% gone from the left side of my pecs. Oh, Jesse wants me to read an Instagram post. Okay, hold on. Okay, this was posted on February 24th, which is the 24th of the day that this is from? Oh, it's from yesterday. Okay, Jesse, let's see what you posted yesterday. I understand why some trans men leave the internet once they're happy. I'm physically, mentally, legally, and socially transitioned. I don't experience dysphoria anymore. Most days I forget that I'm trans. I have supportive family and friends. I'm confident and secure. I'm privileged enough that things just don't bother or affect me that affect others. I'm a white dude. I basically get to just walk the earth and do whatever the hell I want. It was too much power. I was misogynistic. I was a jerk. I confused toxic masculinity for true masculinity. In situations like what's happening in Texas, this state that I've lived in less than a year now, I think about how I was at their age, how knowledge of what trans would have changed my entire life, how I wouldn't have been so sad all the time. I almost didn't make it to adulthood as a trans man because I didn't know I was a trans boy. Okay, taking a break from this reading for a sec to see that I actually put some of what I had written yesterday into here. That's cool. Because otherwise I'm just like talking to myself and I'm like, you know what? I should share this. Okay, back to reading. I've been retweeting resources and words of encouragement because I don't think there's anything I can add that hasn't already been said. The internet is bad, but I hope you've at least seen how loved you are by total strangers. How many good people are fighting for you. I will retweet / share important things and post funny goofs / thirst traps, and my hope is that a healthy balance of all of these things will keep you sane and fighting. Social media can be poison, though. Take a break when you need to. Let's talk about some cool, good stuff. I'm 3 months post-surgery, and I've never been so comfortable and happy in my body. The last 72 hours of Operation Flush Mech have been especially miraculous. Everything's synced up in really cool ways. Sexy ways, tactile ways, all the ways. It feels as easy as breathing. Almost completely healed from my allergic reaction, by the way. The hives on my body are about 95% gone. The skin graft on my arm is just taking its damn time returning to normal. Too happy about the other stuff to really notice. I'm catching up on voiceover work, and we'll get back to streaming soon. Working out every other day. I'm guesting at exactly 1 con this year, and will announce when I can. Humbled that I get to work on a lot of really cool stuff right now. Stay safe. Eat your veggies. That's nice, Jesse. Let's see. Back to the logs. It's tough for me to feel empathy for kids. They make me uncomfortable, like I said, how I thought about that was the whole spiel. I remember how I was at their age, and I've been able to relate to them from that. If us adults were this scared maneuvering stuff, think about how scared kids must be. Well, actually, some of those kids are pretty damn resilient because, they haven't lived as much life and are not afraid of the dumb bullshit that we put importance on that isn't really important, like whether you're gay or bi or trans or whatever. They're the ones, that give us strength because we haven't taught some of them to hate themselves yet. I get why the universe or fate or God or whatever you want to call it made me come here to Texas and make my show take place here instead of Philly. I was never interested in making a show about trans people take place in Texas, but I get it now. It's important. The historical significance, it complicates things. It wouldn't have the same effect if it was to take place in Philly. I think that would have been easier. This is more of a challenge, and I appreciate it. I don't want to take the easy way out. I didn't realize how much it would affect me seeing a cis person stand up aggressively to transphobes, but I saw a clip of someone doing a bit about it on a show, and it really meant a lot to me. I didn't think it would, but it really meant a lot. I'm so steeled and unaffected to transphobia nowadays, and it's I guess I've like we were talking about before, I've become accustomed to the black and white thinking of I am alone, and I'm alone. That's just what I believe. And so when I see evidence to the contrary, it's really meaningful. And that makes sense. Day 89. I feel like I have more feeling in my hand. It's tough to tell because I'm just using it like I used to. I got my testosterone, and it's nearly $70, which is more than 3 times the cost it was in Philly. But it's because I can only, get it once every 3 months. This combined with me not going to the free clinic in New York, it's no wonder my finances are depleted. Oh, big words. I've been reading a lot of these. Can you tell? The Texas standards of living is lower, or are lower, Jesse. Wait, the Texas standard of living is lower. Okay, never mind. Present Jesse apologizes to past Jesse. You're fine. The Texas standard of living is lower, but I didn't know they meant for cis people. Obviously cis men also take testosterone injections, so maybe it'll get lower someday, but with all the trans stuff happening lately, I'm not holding my breath. Oh, I'm so itchy. The skin graft is itchy because the reaction must still be prominent. I'll go up to 2 Benadryl a day. I wanted to stop doing one every 6 hours, but my reaction might have gotten worse again because of that. I'll try 2 a day, along with 1 histamine blocker a day. Fuck, it hasn't itched this bad in a while. I hope it's not regressing. Is it an infection? Itch. Day 90. I tried wearing Seprotect the last 24 hours, thinking it might help speed up the healing on my ball sack since it's, it'll reduce skin-to-skin contact, but my dick is just too sensitive right now. The head of my penis pushes against the end of the sack that holds it, and also maneuvering around can be tough because it constricts it. I like to sit in different positions in my computer chair, and also when I pee, it's nice to just put toilet paper on the end of my dick and put it in my underwear, but with Seprotect, you have to do a whole song and dance just to get it in there proper, and even then it pushes against the head of my dick because there's only so much room in there. Maybe in the future when it's less sensitive. I'll try it later. Day 91. I'm nervous about doing Benadryl every 6 hours. It's almost been a month. I think it's time. I make a doctor's appointment for tomorrow to get checked out. It sucks because the reaction has gone down a little from the Benadryl, but it's still enough that it might come back. I need the skin graft to stop itching. I can't itch it. It's tough that a lot of the reaction is on skin I can't feel. I can't get an accurate read on if I should get help because the itching and pain's not as severe as I think it is. It's the right choice. My instinct is telling me it's the right choice. I've been trying to lay down and my arm won't stop itching. Okay, good. I have made the right choice. We've made the right choice. I'm so fucking itchy all over. God damn. My skin graft does appear redder now that I look at it. It's so hard not to scratch. I'm failing. I'm itchy all over my body, not just where the rash is. It's making everything itchy. My leg graft, my right arm, which has no reaction on it at all, my stomach, my legs. It was definitely the right call to get the doctor's appointment. Good job, Past Jesse. I can't take Benadryl because I want it to look as bad as possible for my appointment tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm nervous I might show up and, like there's not as much on the arm, so she doesn't take it as serious as we need to. My tummy is red from itching. My arm is red from itching. I don't want to scratch. The skin graft is itching and tight, and I can't do anything about it. I thought I was imagining it, but the last few days I've passed my reflection and thought my pecs were like really popping. It makes sense. I'm doing more push-ups, and after a few weeks, there's a noticeable difference after I'd taken so much time off. Day 92. So I woke up today, the day of the doctor's appointment, and my rash looks a lot better. It's still real itchy though, and I know it's the right choice to keep the appointment. It's been there for too long. Let's just knock it out, get it over with. I saw my doctor, and while I was initially worried that she wouldn't know what to do with my skin graft because trans stuff, she prescribed me some steroids I'd take for 2 weeks and also a topical cream. She said she just wanted to double check that I can put it on the graft and left the room for a bit to check and then came back and confirmed it was okay. I told her, hey, question, the steroids made me depressed. It's almost gone, and I had stopped taking the Benadryl every 6 hours because I'd been doing it for a while, and someone in medicine told me that it could be linked to early onset Alzheimer's, so it might have gone away if I kept it up. And she was like, okay, we can give you some hydroxyzine, I think that's how it's pronounced, instead, which is apparently like Benadryl, but not. And I was like, dope, yeah, that'd be great. If this doesn't work, she said, I'll need to go see my surgeon and see what he says. So hopefully this works, so I don't need to find someone to take a 4-hour road trip one way with me. 8 hours both ways. It's on the ropes. We got this. We're almost done. It's bearing its last breath. We just gotta fucking push through it, please. I pick up the stuff that I need to take. And I'll take these pills every 12 hours and apply this cream 3 times a day. After I apply the cream, I noticed there are 2 itsy bitsy red marks on my graft from where, tiny bits of it had ripped. The tiniest amount, but enough for me to say, maybe I shouldn't use the cream if it's making it weaker in any way. I had emailed the Crane Center to double check if I can use the cream on my graft, and I'd gotten a response that it should be fine if my graft is totally healed. If it's not, I should hold off. So I'm just gonna hold off. It's really hard to get a hold of my doctor, so I can't ask her if the cream is to treat itching or if it's totally necessary to put on, to work in tandem with the pills. But we'll see, I suppose. Day 93. When this whole process had first started, my T-dick and party dick were 2 pieces, fusing, learning how to work together, a mech and a pilot. Now that they're symbiotic and perfectly balanced, as all dicks should be, I realize now that it's more like the T-dick is the core. It's not a separate piece anymore. They're both one now. It's like the engine in a car. I went 24 hours peeing without leakage from anywhere, and it was really nice. It was a bummer to see leakage on my first pee of the day, but it might just be because it was my first pee of the day and there was so much urine. Either way, such a time of success definitely shows that it's improved a significant amount and we might be near the end. The next P has leakage too. What we said stands though. I can already see the hydroxyzine. However it's pronounced, I can already see these pills working. And that rules. Day 94. I had a theory that these pills were going to make me sleepy, and it was proven correct when I wake up and have trouble getting out of bed. I'm so damn lethargic. This isn't from working out. You can feel when there's a drug in your system making everything slower. It's definitely the pill. The last few times I'd taken them, I'd been super duper tired a few hours later, and I thought it was just due to the exercise I'd done before. I took the first pill after walking 5 miles, and then after the second one, I had trouble getting awake enough to work out, which I thought was very odd. My insane work ethic. My next one was going to be due around when my workout ended, so I knew to keep an eye on it, and sure enough, a few hours later, I felt like I'd taken a sleeping pill or a lorazepam. Good to know. I'm doing some filming today with the guys, and then I'm on a stream, so I'll avoid taking the next pill until later in the night. I felt my heart beating really hard and just sat there holding a hand to my chest to make sure I wasn't going to die. I mean, I don't think I could have stopped it or anything. I think if I'm going to die, I'm just going to die. Like, I wouldn't even know if something bad was happening, but I did it anyway because you can't not do it. This sucks, but I'll take it over steroids. I'd rather be sleepy than depressed. They're definitely working. My arm looks great and everything is way less itchy already. The little injuries on my arm cleared up within hours. My arm's dry though, which I'd assumed would happen. It's drying everything up, so I'll need to apply lotion or something. I'm feeling so good in my body. I'm basically back to regular masturbation, jerking it every 2 to 3 days. Takes me less than 10 minutes to come. I'm sleeping so much because of the pills, it's giving me a headache. I'm getting too much sleep. I'm also having chest pains. I try not to think about the stuff that's stressing me out, maybe general obsessing over bad people who have been shitty to me is not good for my stress levels. If I Googled if stress can give you chest pains, and they were like, yeah, stop it, you silly. I can't figure out if it's the creatine, the new pills, or the stress. So I'll try to reduce the stress and see if it helps. So far it has. Have I talked about the creatine here? Okay, so I got some new creatine, and the dosage is different than usual. Usually I do a scoop of creatine with my pre-workout, but this creatine wants me to take it up to 3 times a day in segments. So I did the math, and the 3 scoops are just about the same amount as my 1 scoop of ghost creatine I used to take. I can't tell, but I think I've been having a little heart pain from taking all 3 scoops together. So I should just get some ghost creatine and go back to my usual routine and see if I still have the pains. Day 95. Ooh, it's tough to stay awake when you can feel the drug in you. Bed at 1 p.m.? Guess we're doing this. I sleep for 7.5 hours. Awesome. Nothing excessive. I had a little more chest pain and finally Googled it. Hydroxyzine has the potential to block HERG channels and other types of cardiac channels, resulting in a potential risk of QT interval prolongation and cardiac arrhythmia events. Okay. Below is another result that says stop using hydroxyzine and call your doctor at once if you have fast or pounding heartbeats, headache with chest pain, severe dizziness, fainting. And in that moment, I remember the headaches I've been suffering, accompanied by the chest pain. I call my doctor to let her know. The receptionist says she'll tell her and, call me back. Okay, I was wrong. It wasn't the creatine. I'm sorry, creatine, my old friend. You just want to make me stronger. I was being mean to you. Because, out of curiosity, I searched midodrine and hydroxyzine to see if they have interactions. They're an orange on the scale, indicating that there are significant interactions. Not even mild interactions. There are significant interactions, and I should be monitored closely. Oh boy, did my doctor not know? Aren't you supposed to know that? Or aren't you supposed to, know that one of the only medications I'm on raises my blood pressure. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I read more, and it says hydroxyzine HCl oral increases and midodrine oral decreases sedation and drowsiness. I had an instinct last night where I was delaying taking my blood pressure pills because, like, I thought, maybe I shouldn't. And now I get what that was about. Got a call back from the doctor. They told me to stop taking the pills and instead replace it with Benadryl. So I'll be taking Benadryl every 12 hours to finish up the rest of the 2 weeks. Day 97. Oh no, did I skip day 96? No. You see, day 96 was the first one where I didn't need to write anything down. We're getting to that point. I don't know how much longer I'll need to do these things. But here's day 97. I saw the Batman with my buds, got 20-pound weights, and then got home and slept 12 hours. Guess I needed rest. I looked at my arm today and saw some patch of skin that was starting to really look like it should look, you know? Smooth and nice. That's all I got. Day 99. Damn. Nothing of note. On day 98, I don't know how much longer we're going to do these. I had a lot of scrotum pain as I got into bed and laid down. I took a third ibuprofen. My arm's looking great. Skin's getting smoother every day. Day 100. Yay! Happy 100 days of recovery. Holy shit. Not much to report here. My beard is super fluffy. I need to cut it, but I can't because we haven't shot the scenes with my character in it yet. It's not dysphoric or anything, it's just annoying. I want to keep it as fluffy as possible for him. I wake up and yo, my arm looks so good. The scaling of the allergic reaction is almost entirely gone. I don't know if it's that visible in pictures, but my skin feels so nice and so soft. And in fact, when I touch it, I can kind of feel it, like have feeling in it. Hell yeah. Day 101. I was thinking about how funny it is that I've gotten the most bottom dysphoria I've ever had after fallow. It makes sense because I never really had to think about what was down there before. My T-dick allowed me to get my cock sucked and orgasm and all this stuff that made me feel fulfilled. And now I'm getting used to a dick that's my size. It's so good. I massage my arm skin graft with Tamanu oil after my shower. Present Jesse reading this is screaming, but go ahead, past Jesse. You do that. Mm-hmm. It's the first time I've done it in over a month. My graft feels itchy afterwards, but I chalk it up to the allergic reaction still being underneath. Mm-hmm. I'd be extremely surprised if I'm allergic to Tamanu oil. Oh, buddy. I had used it for a while before I put the Sikacare sheet on, and the reaction happened immediately after, and very strongly. I'll keep an eye on it, just in case, though. Oh, buddy. Day 102. It was Tamanu oil. Looking at pics from last... I'm sorry, it's so funny to just start... I love the accidental comedic timing of these logs is so funny. Past Jesse, it's so funny. It's so funny, dude, to start this log. It's to end last log with, I don't think it's Tamanu oil. I'd be really surprised if I was allergic to Tamanu oil. And then we start day 102 and the first checkpoint says it was Tamanu oil. I'm so glad I can still surprise myself with comedy. Even if it's accidental. Looking at pics from last night, not as bad as I thought. Caught it early. My arm is itchy. Worse / noticeable on the bottom of my arm. Something fun though, I noticed hair growing on my skin graft. It's also not sticky or leaking like it was the first time. The skin has been broken, but I can tell it's not nearly as bad. The skin is irritated, a little red and itchy, but I knew to look for it this time, so that's good. I woke up from a nap and I could see it's a tiny bit worse, spreading past the skin graft to the other skin. It's also on the right side of my neck and my stomach, mostly under my left pec. I should go to urgent care when it opens, shouldn't I? Day 103. I stream for a few hours and then wait for urgent care to open. The only thing I'm kind of wondering about is if they'll be able to give me another steroid shot or if there's a time limit to how often I can get one. Google won't give me a straight answer, but it kind of seems like you need 6 weeks between them. I can't quite confirm that, though. I look up when I went to urgent care the last time, and it's been exactly 5 weeks. So I get to the urgent care, and everyone is so nice. Like, I love this urgent care. Everyone is fucking great. Okay, so I can get a steroid shot. What does it say? More than 30 days, but if it's been more than 30 days, but no more than 3 shots in a year. So she said she looked over my charts and all the info on me before coming in, and she said she's so sorry that I'm having to deal with this, to go through the whole process of the skin graft and then allergic reactions on top of that. Super, super kind, as everyone has been at this place. She takes a look at my arm graft, and she doesn't say anything for a second, and I think that she's looking over the damage that the skin infection or the reaction has made. But then she says, God, they did such a good job, like absolutely incredible skin graft, which is lovely that, all the doctors just keep complimenting the work. That's lovely. There wasn't a ton of doubt that people were just being nice before, but to hear it from literally every kind of doctor or medical professional that I've seen so far, many who know nothing about phalloplasty, really nails it in that I've got something very special, and I'm so grateful. So grateful for the job they did. I told her that the oral steroids made me depressed, and she said I didn't have to take them if the shot and the Benadryl worked. So she gave them to me anyway and said to wait until tomorrow or Monday, wait until you can't see the rash anymore, and then take Benadryl for 24 hours after that. So, good advice. I got some Doritos and some apple juice, and then I got a shot in the butt. No big deal. I am home. I am warm. I am drinking a protein shake and have taken a lorazepam, and I'm finishing the video I'm editing. Life is good. It's not perfect, but it's so good, and I'm so blessed. I need to drift off to sleep, and I took steps to make that happen. I know everything will be okay. The universe keeps giving me signs, especially the last 24 hours. I sleep 8 hours, and I wake up around 8 p.m. My skin condition isn't better, and it's in fact gotten worse, which is totally expected. I caught it ahead of time, but it's still going to get a little worse, because it was expected to. I need to give the shot time to do its thing. I can see now that my allergic reaction is starting to dry up on the arm graft, and I also just noticed in general that the leg skin graft has gotten darker, especially the left patch. I do my first set of push-ups, and my arm graft doesn't crack or bleed even a little. Extremely good sign. Day 104. I'm suffering from some pretty strong depression from the steroid shot. It's so frustrating, I just can't get out of this mood. It's been more than 24 hours, but I guess because it's a shot, it'll take longer to get out of my system. The pills took 24 hours to get out of my system, but getting a vaccine or a flu shot or something can fuck you up for a couple days, so makes sense. There was some concentrated depression for a few hours, and now it's settled into a lull where I just feel shitty. I'm nervous about potentially having to start the corticosteroids, but I guess the worst case scenario, I'll just feel bad for a week. I should just do it. I want to fight this allergic reaction hard. Let's go hard for a week. Let's be hard. Let's give it all we've got. Screw it. I started them. Hell yeah. You can't break me, bitch. I'm stronger than my brain. I know this depression is bullshit and it doesn't make sense, and it is being caused by a chemical reaction between all the fucking things going on in my body. You can't put me down, bitch. I've survived every bad day I've ever had. You think you can do shit to me? There's nothing you could say or do to hurt me more than I've hurt myself. Day 105. I wake up and feel way better. Maybe I was just really tired, which makes sense because I was sleep deprived and stayed up 8 hours past when I should have gone to sleep. Maybe the steroids won't make me depressed yet. That would be nice. The first time it wasn't until a few days into the corticosteroids that I noticed. I think it came on subtle, which is how depression works. It's I always say the cat in the sink slowly, with water slowly sinking into its fur. I jerked off once before bed, and I got horned enough that I did it again an hour or so after waking up. I haven't been really reporting when I jerk off since it hasn't been news or anything, but it's usually tough for me to come more than once in 24 hours, so this is awesome. The allergic reaction on my chest and stomach is basically completely gone. I can see parts of my arm improving. It's about 50% gone from my leg and is barely visible on my neck, but I can still feel that the skin there is a little dry. I got a call from urgent care just checking in. Again, they did that the first time too. It's really nice. It's really nice for urgent care to just call and check in. Make sure I'm not dead. Very cool. Yeah, and they also asked if I had any questions or anything. I'm just still pretty blown away by my experience with them. They've been so great consistently. Everyone is very nice, and it's good because you're in a vulnerable place. You just want to be, you want to be feeling like you're being taken care of, especially as a trans person in medicine. You're on edge. So, props to you. Hell yeah. And with that, my dear viewer, we have reached the end of the logs because day 106, there was nothing to write down. It's just what my workout routine was. And I stopped writing down what I wrote down what the workout routines are in my notes, but I didn't think it was like relevant anymore. But I'm going to put this last one just to like round it out and be like, you know what? That's all I wrote for day 106. So that's what it is. As of right now, I'm recording this on July 15th, 2022. I am almost 2 weeks out from stage 2 surgery. And I don't know who these videos are for, but I knew that I had to record them for history, for posterity, Like, I don't know if you are the parent of a trans kid, or you're trans yourself, or you just want knowledge, or you're a doctor or a therapist, or, guidance counselor, whoever is watching these dang things. Maybe you have a trans niece or a nephew or whatever. Are you friends or trans? I don't fucking know. I don't know what year it is. I don't know what's going on in the world, but I hope I've given you a little piece of history here, talking about what it's like to go through recovery and moving and all this shit with the state of the world and the state of Texas and the state of COVID. Because usually with my videos, I'm like, people usually put these on in the background because that's what they tell me that they do, or they sit and they watch them, which is wild. I'm like, why are you watching things I put on the internet? As if that's not the purpose. I honestly don't give a shit if anyone watches these. It's just for history. That's no one is making content like this, so I must record, because also I have a bad memory and it's important. People ask me questions about shit, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember that. I was on drugs. And as we have seen in these recovery logs, it's important to write down things when you are on drugs. You won't remember them. I didn't remember a lot of the stuff that I was talking about in here. I was like, oh yeah, that happened. Or sometimes I'm like, that happened? I don't even remember that. But especially with these videos, they're just me talking. So I don't know who this is going to be important to, but I'm glad I was able to put them somewhere. But thank you for listening. Yeah, I'm so fucking stoked. I'm so fucking stoked for stage 2, and that's the end of this long series. I don't want to date this or anything, but I'll probably divide them into, I don't know, maybe I'll just make them into one big video. I don't know if that's gonna fly with YouTube, which is another reason that I don't make videos for YouTube anymore. I'm fully Patreon funded for a reason, because YouTube has silly rules and silly stuff going on, and I don't like their politics. But yeah, I hope you have a lovely day, and I'll see you in the next part where the next PinkBlue episode is stage 2, so I'll see you in stage 2. Be safe, wash your hands, look in the mirror and tell yourself one good thing that you love about yourself. I'll see you next time. Viewers, dear viewers, thank you. You've made it. You made it through all these logs, and I don't know how you've done it, or if you just wanted to skip to the end, or you just maybe you skimmed through it, maybe you scrubbed through it to just get a little taste bud in your mouth of what each week was like. And you know what? Either way, that is an accomplishment, and good for you. You know who else I would like to say good for you to? My patrons over on Patreon. Thank you so much for supporting my videos and me and my dumb bullshit. It's thanks to supporters and viewers like you that these videos can happen. I'm fully Patreon funded, so I put the videos on YouTube so that it is a public archive so everyone can view the videos, but it is fully thanks to my patrons that you can get these things. Hell yeah. I'm just gonna go through this random list I found of the patrons. I've never done this before. I'd like to thank my silver sponsors, Alex Buhner, Cyberlink420, Dan Millington, Dane McRae, Gadarine, Giselle Nera, Marie Byrne, Mike Burnfire, Neve Kinor, Pake Jawa, and Sam McDonald. Thank you so much for being my silver sponsors. I'd also like to give a special shout out to my gold sponsors, or should I say gold sponsor. You are, hold on, actually, I have my effects in here. Is this gonna, we'll see together if this picks up during the recording of this on Audacity, otherwise I'll look like an idiot. Thank you to Sam Bartram. Sam Bartram,
you are the gold sponsor. It is you. You are the gold sponsor. Thank you for being the gold sponsor.
We'll see, but thank you. Last but certainly not least, my diamond sponsors, my beautiful children, Ebam, Getty Skog, Tsukiyomi, and Bredson. Thank you so much for being my diamond sponsors. You are the best.
You're the best sponsors, and I really appreciate all of your hard work and your support for this series. It really is important to me, and thank you.
Anyway, these are fucking long-ass videos. Thank you for fucking watching through them. The next part will be stage 2 surgery and recovery stuff. So, look forward to that. Again, thank you so much. Like, truly, honestly, I could not make these videos without you, so thank you very much to my patrons. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Drink some water. How long have you been watching these? Should I have a warning on here that's like, you know, Netflix has a thing pop up that's like, you've been watching The Office for 8 hours straight. Are you okay? Do you need a hug? Do you need some water? Stretch? What do you need? You should need something, maybe. Either way, whatever you're doing, take a break. Maybe you've been watching YouTube for a little too long. You're listening to it. Maybe you're listening to these logs while running on a treadmill or working out. I don't know if that's the vibe. Whatever, it's cool. Anyway, look in the mirror and tell yourself one good thing you love about yourself. I will see you next time.